Spoon, gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and no. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Panama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What happened? Yes, buddy. Yes, buddy.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information.
Good evening from Monrovia. It's a great way to welcome you to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. After being away for the weekend, with the many happenings throughout the weekend, Spoon Talk is back on your radio. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the analysis, the update about the trending national issues in the country. This is where Liberians run every single day at about this time to get to know what's happening in the country. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of Spoon Talk. As you join us, feel free to form part of the discourse here. Always by calling to share your thoughts, or engage in the comment section, letting us know how you feel, what you think, what your perspectives are on the different issues that are being discussed. Yes, this show is for everybody. This is the Liberian People's Show, and I want to say welcome tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. On this edition of Spoon Talk, we are live across the Spoon Network on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1, and of course on several other frequencies across the country. Thanks to our partner radio stations that are making this possible. In Bone County, Premier FM, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Nimba County,
Para.
Secretary to be exact.
Klibamba.
Trust FM in Bomi County, and all the other radio stations across the country, always relaying the program. We want to appreciate our online audience as well. Thousands of you make your way here every single day to get the news. So I want to welcome all of you joining us by means of Facebook, whether on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or Super TV. I want to say thanks for joining us. We're live on YouTube as well. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. I want to welcome all of you joining us on YouTube.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening tomorrow.
We ask you to do us one thing: kindly share the program as you join us.
What is happening?
It doesn't matter where you're joining in from. Let me recognize a few of you. The voice of Laola Zoo is here tonight. Please share the show. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, share the show. Thank you for joining us. Harris Willie.
You want to get
I see
my brother to spoon. You want
David Koala. Thank you for joining us from Norway. Albert Birmingham. Thank you for coming on tonight. Just keep sharing the program. Mohammed Kuroman is joining us. He says he's watching from his end. Thank you for joining us tonight. Masa Riggs, welcome to the show. That's Amadou Chinubari. You're joining us from Maryland. Thanks for joining the show tonight. Abraham Amara Dunor, Toga Richards, Samuel Batier, Femi Dennis, and all of you joining on tonight. Thanks for joining Spoon Talk. As we always do, we're gonna go to the phone line, hear from you. What are your thoughts? What is it you want to talk about tonight? What is that issue that is of concern to you? The first segment of the program is dedicated to all of you who can call in to just join us and share your thoughts on the different issues tonight. So the numbers to call: 0555-101075, 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the show. Okay, so we'll go to the phone lines, take your calls, but I want to appreciate all of you joining us tonight. All of you who have already started sharing the show, thank you for coming on. And yes, let's get the show started now. Emmanuel Watt, Emmanuel Scott, thank you for joining us. Jerry Fambule, Josephine Buwan, thank you for coming on. We say Cyrus, we appreciate you. Carter Sirleaf, thank you for coming on. I see Mr. Alexander A. Stevens, thank you for joining us. Isaac Younger, Edwin Lombe, all of you, thank you for coming on tonight, and just keep sharing the program. Let's go to the phone lines. Take a call. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live. Let's talk to the first caller here. Hello, you're live.
Hello. Hello.
You're live on the show. Let's hear you, sir. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Oscar, the youth Zigman, calling from compared to the Nimba County.
Oscar, what's on your mind?
Yeah, next year I want to take this time to appreciate our brothers and sisters who got on the street on the 17th of July this year to protest. Because our president has shown to we the Liberians that he can only listen to protest. Because when the citizens, when the youth journalists go to various places from market building to market building, I think the Liberians will get a view about the country. Most of the government officials like Sando then or Mo Ali then, they sat down there and said everything was bread and butter. But when our brother got on the street protest, the president heard that voice. He confirmed that the country is tough, the country is hard. So we want to take this time as a Liberians. We come to leadership with lies. It's better when you are serving in leadership, be bold to your citizens and tell them the truth.
Thank you.
When you find solution to the problem,
thanks.
We want them to know that this country is not for they alone.
Thank
you should be a leader and be riding a luxurious car while your citizens are lazy on less than $1 a day. So you say the country is stable. No,
Thank you
it's
for your
not
input
happy that.
tonight, Oscar. Stephen, hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, Nelson.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
This is January from 540 Congo Town.
What's on your mind, Danny Welly?
Yeah, my brother, what on my mind is the high pay of our government officials.
The high what?
High pay.
High salary?
Pay. The money they're making is too much.
Okay.
Yeah, they are making plenty money. People like the lecture, government officials as a whole, they're making plenty money in this country. Look at the country.
How much they're making?
One brother, one person will make something like for 7,000 or 8,000. That's more money in that kind of country. That's more money. Look at the masses, how they are suffering. They don't even have one cup to eat a day. They want to make that every responsibility of them. That's on us. But we should be treated like this, and they're not doing nothing for us. They can't even pass any law that can benefit you and myself. We just in the country suffering like the foreigners.
All right, thank
it's
you.
It's not good for us. There are people seeing into it that we ourselves too, we should enjoy some of the resources of our country.
Let's hear you there. Take another person. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You are live. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Me, George Nova, from GSA OGC Camp Community, Rahu, Motor Country. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Spoon Network. Thank you so much. The thing of my mind, I want to appreciate President Baka. The hard working, at least he tried his best. We're getting there small because we've seen a lot of things happen in our community places. We should not match the north in the market to come to this him. But I want to tell our government officials there, President Boga, appoint you, please. Yeah, please. President Boga, appoint you. Yeah, please respect that man, the president. Yeah, please respect the president. Yeah, do that double work person. Because we want to go back. This now area in upper see our country money. Do lot of things. Dancing Muka, like the they say do this and that. For found good leader to help country, to transform the country, to be the place. If you have different way, so one can again they say the country again, they say, oh, President Baka lying again, they can't change again. Yeah, we the citizens suffer inside.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, beautiful country. So thank you so much, President Baka. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for your input. Let's leave there. This person, hello, your name and where you joining?
Yeah, hello, my brother.
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, coming from King Labua, Love Labua, and Blue Labua.
Where is that? Oh, now you named the place. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
I want to commend our president, or listening president, who won the betterment of this country. I want to say thank you because you always listen to the people cry every time when the people say, oh, this is not good. So you pull up your voice. That's why you say things like that, a lot of them pull up your thanks to the president. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your input tonight. Keep your calls coming. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight. You're watching or listening to the program Spoon Talk. I'm Nelson Colette, and this segment right now is the What's on Your Mind segment, where you get to speak out on random issues. Just anything that is of concern to you, you now have the opportunity to talk about that or bring it to the attention of the relevant authority as we kickstart the program tonight. So we'll go back to the phone lines. Take this person. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you're calling from. Let's hear you.
Oh, I'm calling from, but please, I don't want to call my name. Please, I beg you. I'm from transport. My brother, can you imagine today what happened at the transport?
What happened?
Our minister escaped the building, trying to run away from the back gate and into a tea shop. Can you imagine that?
Which minister entered in tea shop?
the music proper. So I think I want to. I think also is very well. Seriously, so I go drinking at the hour of 3 o'clock. You go drinking, and then when we small for the phone.
But why the man ran away? Why he ran away? Why the minister ran away?
He knows himself before he said get it. He knows himself. In front of the meeting, the poor protest even doing asking what he said is great. He said is disgraceful. Why you still really like grandpa job?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your all right. You know. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you. Yeah, you are live on the show. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nelson. This is Henry Wild calling from Tuboro.
Henry, go ahead. What's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson. Actually, I want to first commend the president for constituting a committee headed by the vice president. To actually check, investigate this, increment in the favor price, prices of basic commodity, on the Liberian market. That's the very important issue, to be honest with you. That's the, issue that actually affecting the Liberian people. So I think by constituting a committee, to actually check, especially at the free port of Monrovia and at RPD. RPD is one of the major problems affecting, the cost of basic commodity on the market. So I strongly believe that the investigations should begin with the Ministry of Commerce and also at the National Port Authority, for the two key institutions. That's it. The recommendation from the two institutions. I think the investigation will prove that the two places are how they put a lot of bottleneck. That's it. Try to eat money. So so I just want to believe that by putting that committee together within 45 days, I think it's okay, it's fair.
Thank you.
I think recommendation will be made and then
the person take
the appropriate action.
Thanks a lot. Let's show you there. This person. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Bobo calling from Coca-Cola Factory District number 6. Maserati County. Yeah, Nancy, this year, I was still doing certain things. They make a really bring out me to just embarrass the show. Most ability to online to you. Most ability they can talk for their interest. You see how you especially being a few times. They are saying that because people doing things to own a company, but especially you for to provide job for us. See, he is on it, but he not here favor like again. So now you can bring out me. So now when you bring out me on a show. I can really be feeling bad. Yeah, they my own best friend is still not quality again. One will ask you to go and start color grading. Then one to be talking about story in the country.
Thank you.
That zero environment jump with it people see as I can see my friend with you when going on this. Yeah.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me appreciate you yourself for giving us a unique opportunity. My name is Pakwa from Panelist. Hello?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what my mind is even is more pertaining to the police I listen to the police pertaining to the situation that occurred between the police officer and the full lady. I think the IG never treated the situation with professionals. No put a lot of professionalism into that situation. The police IG was fast to come out to apologize to that lady, try to pull the police officer in a harm way and trying to kill the morale of the police officer. Yes, my kinsman, we often the same country, bon country, but in such a situation, I'm very much disappointed in the IG. And I actually he should never ever repeat the situation.
Okay.
Let me just let my thought on this. In case it could be on different national or you're a Liberian man or Liberian or pastor who the police officer go in that kind of situation. When he come out to apologize to the pastor or when he tell the situation and carry investigation will come up with such a statement. So I actually next time you should never repeat it again.
Thank you very much for
keep the police. Yeah, keep the police. Hello?
Yeah, thanks a lot for your input. Let's
Thank
hold
you.
you there. Take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from. Let's hear you. Okay, we lost that person. Keep your calls coming. 0555 hello, you're live. Let's hear you. You're live on the show.
Yeah, Messi, good evening. Thank you. So this is what I was into community. Messi, I just want to appreciate President Duncan for interesting in that president. You know, I think the history is someone I'm said to be correct. They will now have to in the history of Nigeria. That president to be trusted by force, the force of Akon. Show the ability of the VAT president, he will execute the money that given him. But here is my recommendation to him. I beg him. Let us try to see where they take the money together for on the euro. If you want change money, you go to central bank, you pay the permit, you must be registered before you you must change according to the way that the central bank. Money together that one make going up because central bank never reach there. But they want anybody in the bed and now even see in Guinea, the guy was there in refugee. And I was in Guinea, you can't see money on the road. You want money, you go to bureau or you go to bank. But yeah, anybody can see money on the road.
Thank you.
That's one of the factors of the year is escalating. So thank you.
Thanks a lot for your input. Keep your calls coming. 0555 is the number to call tonight. You'll be live on the program. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
I doing, brother.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you.
Thank you. As well, best man. I'm calling from Cover Chief.
Okay.
You know, brother Messi, our country now is moving on a right trajectory. No, brother Messi is shocking to me when I went on Facebook. Liberians who were even born in this country, they are celebrating their July 20th celebration as though slavery is down. No, you can now see sanctity returning to our nation. A couple of years ago, you used to have an orator. Today, you saw that orator speaking. That man was speaking very emotional and touching. No, it was very, very much touching. These are the kind of people we should bring to talk to, to people in order to give a national inspiration. But a couple of years ago, we used to have one summit where one of these standing for a group of crowd, just talking, worshiping Jehovah, And after everything, shaking Baku. No, we nothing that Baku, we saw this some orator speaking. And somebody will call and say, oh, Liberia, the country had the country difficult. No, you see, America, where in America who now working, they're suffering. Suddenly, Liberia say, oh, President Bunker, you can't put money and put it on your table. See what is happening. CDC left rest at 4,500. Today, rest price is 3,000. Are you saying nothing happening? Today, you can leave from Monrovia and go to Grand Chile and come back. You will see them when you go soon. I said, nothing happening. Passport today, you can go Grand Chile, Bunker, you get a passport. Today you can leave money. Liberia now has started bringing gas through LPRC. So that most people who funding that CMC wanted to just get on one money, they tell gas plants out to make a government of popular. It will not happen. President Parker is waiting. When I say everything is very important. But what's wrong against that? Oh, Liberia burning, Liberia not die. Oh, because we are not president. This country will move forward under this old man. Because the old man is thinking that he wants to move this country in the next 30, 20, 50 years. And at least the next generation. Thinking about a president who wouldn't care about pretty much,
Thanks a lot for
music, thinking about people worshiping. Yeah, President Parker doesn't want people worshiping. He wants people to see a better country from 2-3 years from now. The next 20 years. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. I thought you were not hearing me. 0555101075 is the number here. You'll be live on the program tonight. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello, good evening to FNC and good evening to peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you, dear Brother Nancy College Institute in Liberia. By the way, of introduction, I'm Alfonso E.F. Kamal.
Alfonso.
Yeah, let me straight go to the issue.
Go to the point. Radio that time.
Yes.
Yeah, go to the point.
Okay, I want to be grateful to all of us as Liberians as we have celebrated for 178 years independence. The nation is existing. Let us try to work collectively and move our country for a better. The oldest country in the Republic of Africa. And Liberians are the one who's supposed to build Liberia. But we can only build Liberia when we are jointly working together collectively and put our political dispensation one side and preach a message in the reality of our country. This country is too old for it to be retrogressive. We cannot see any extent. Why are we celebrating as a nation 178 years? No accountability. But we can still make the difference. We can still make the mark as a Liberians when we decide to work together as a team. Team can make things to work better. Look, I also want to appreciate the ANC family. They go on Saturday at least the governors of programs for the kids. The kids of district, I saw them. They were there. They were very jam-packed. So these are things I want to see. Liberia is for all of us. Our days of parents never had any means to take their children to places. And today we can hear no bad news to say people went on the beaches or Baba places. They were kidnapped or something happened bad to them. Because when we went together collectively, we made Liberia better. Last day, children assembled to ANC party and they join us together. Now, how we supposed to work as a team? How we supposed to work as a nation? But everything want to pray this out. Everything want to pray this out. When Liberia stand for Liberia will move better. Thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. Let's hold you there. This person, hello.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Emmanuel Sano Jr. I do join from District 2.
Sando, please go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah, some of your followers want to question the integrity of Honorable Moses Akara Gray and the former minister as it do. When the election time, when people our president, our president who admitted our opportunity more as you know who the town who lack integrity, and now you want to question the integrity of Moses Akara Gray as it do. People have more integrity than your political leader called President Bwaka. Thank you for the time.
Oh, hello. Guys, hear you? 05551011075 is the number to call. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I'm real Azan, the phone of Spoon Foundation for where I get me, man. Apple to the show the next. Now, based on the member issue, my Apple is to extend our agreement to the CEO. There's been a long time we have not hearing from him. I've been trying to him, but I've been finding difficult time. So I want to use the medium to please extend our agreement again to the CEO. Okay. We are all still looking up to him.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you come from?
Hello?
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, how are you, Nelson?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I mean, Manuel called on the district now.
What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, we got one. There's an issue I want to address on this radio. There's a one woman in the working in the house, with Mary Bodo, she the deputy chairperson of LPRC. You try to stigmatize this government. Number one, how will you be working with President Bwaka, your child, both Bwaka? I went from door to door. I convinced the master to the old man. Then you attempt to get me full pressing and drug only because why you love your friends are focal. Why you want to do that?
Hello. These are wild allegations. We will not proceed with that aspect of it. It needs to be verified, especially when it is that extreme. Then you need to follow the channel to do that, please. Hello, your name and where you call from? Hello. Hello, are you here?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, but you're live on the show, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nelson. I'm Lahakupo. I call from Sofinik.
What's on your mind?
What is on my mind this evening have to do with this guy that within the community shooting this bag of death and just dropping it anywhere they feel like dropping it. And I don't know as to whether, as we talk about job business being hard, whether the public corporation can manage to find something like this or establish victims, set them down to a specific local. So this modern thing, when they bring that hustle, maybe so they can be embarrassed when the dead is dead. Because nowhere to put it, that's the reason they bring people here.
Okay.
But if the CC or the city corporation find area, put it or cut bucket and thing there, when they get their bed, they do their hustle, they will not have to be beaten or they will not have to be chased out, or they will just carry it through there and then drop the garbages into those cut buckets.
Thank you.
Then it will be all right. But with all that, they just drop the dead bag all over in the place. It's dangerous for us. So
Thank you very much.
So.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. We appreciate you. And now we go back to the line. This person. Hello. Hello.
Yes, how you doing?
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on.
Yeah. I want to give Liberian people the breaking news.
What's the breaking news?
The breaking news is our former president. He's training in Ghana for the World Cup 2026. He's going to play for Ghana Black Star. Right now, he wants to training base in Accra.
That news there, you're not looking real. I mean,
the new Grizzly, that Grizzly. They're not training base right now. He wants training base in Accra.
No, our former president not on no training base for.
Okay. You're not on the social media to see it. You don't see the man or probably.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you come from? Let's hear you.
I'm Nelson. You put my call. I'm the one the issue, Jethro. You told me there's an allegation regarding the marital to the chairperson of the LPRC.
Yeah, but you know the kind of allegation you're coming up with, we just can't afford you the platform to do that. You know,
Nelson, you're worldwide on the social media. I ain't going to radio.
Yeah, but yeah,
you didn't know the man I'm speaking with. Real estate for shot.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is. If it be on social media and all of that, fine. Yeah, anybody can post anything on social media.
I got a feature evidence.
I'm coming now.
For me, that's a feature evidence. I'm recording my phone. I have my photos in my phone. So they beat me my money already. My wallet all got messing on me. The kids are covering in court. I only waiting for money to start, carrying on the process. So I only let it work below where it's unfolding. So this is why I'm informing you tonight. I even told Kappa what they got in Tohama and brought Ernest. I even told my guys, from what you call it, radio station and stuff, for OKM. Not giving them a channel that spoke regarding the issue.
Okay, so let's do due diligence to that information off air. Everything is verified before you bring it on air. It may be on social media. Anybody can post anything on social media. But if you want to use this medium, definitely. If you want to use this medium, then it means that we'll have to verify that information before before using this medium to have you air that, please. Let's respect that, please. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Wow.
Hello.
No. Hello.
Yeah, hello. You are live. Let's hear you.
Right. I don't know why people like to cry.
You have to walk away from your radio.
Okay.
Can
you get me now?
It's better. Go ahead.
I don't know why people like to cry Mama Liberia town. Liberia is blessed. Liberia is surrounded by Jesus blessing. JMB for short. Things are going on fine in the Republic. Roads are being built. And other development coming on show. For now, as soon as they release those machines from the barracks, you will see the roads will be roadworthy. To be frank, let us keep heads up high because Nigeria is surrounded by Jesus Network Blessing. JMB for short. JMB for short. Jesus Network Blessing. Good night.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening, Joseph. And I'll call you from Painesville.
Joseph.
So, yeah, nothing. What on my mind really have to do with a lady who used to be on the show, man, Fatima. Why we don't hear her these days?
So I mean, you can reach out to my cousin Fatima. I mean, she's good. She's okay. You can reach out to her. I mean, she's on social media.
No, but so I am not the one who used to bring her. But during the start of the administration, she used to be there. In fact, the last time I listened to what she was posting about the U.S.
Let me say that the best person to answer for whatever the action is the person himself. You know, so you can reach out to her. She can tell you. She'll be in the best position to tell you why.
Yeah, because I would like to hear her now. I'm a board again about the U.S. rate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
My name is Steve calling from my GB country.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but you see, thank you for the information. You see what happened? What's my man not about you? Somebody that gave her information on the radio that you told me that you verify. How will you say the former president is justifying with Ghana Blaster and we can be from you? Then you replace with Ghana Blaster. It's possible. So that information is not true. Thank you very much. What's my man is about President Walker. Thank you for his procedure he's taking. Only thing we want him to do now is to make sure these guys that are involved in the corruption to go to court and justify it. If they are found guilty, so we can know, because time to time we'll call them with the carries arrested. You're corrupt person went to problem. So and that so you gotta go and justify. So they need to go to court. Yeah.
Thank you,
brother.
Thank you for your input. 0555-101075. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Good evening. You're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Peter. We're coming in here. We're calling more. Talking to number 4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the next is the excellent president, Imam Bogasio, the greater president of Liberia, the only president that declared and published assets. The only president that suspended 410 government officials for not declaring an asset. When they say bravo to the excellent president, Imam Bogasio. I've seen the community rule. I've seen Nana go, quota fee, the Police Academy, ONSA go. So I want to thank you for your hard work. I want to tell them for their patient, because for now, we always tell that patient don't eat a father bone. So I want to thank you for your hard work, and I want to thank you again at least in Liberia now, at least gas price, everything. Now we've seen it, and again for the rest, you at least before about now 3,000 and 3,001. Thank you, hard work, and then continue hard work.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, you're live.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Mayata,
Mayata, what's on your mind?
Today, first day calling on the program.
Okay.
I want to talk with you off here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the station.
Yeah, once CEO comes on, he will announce his number, and you can always call him when he's off the show.
Yeah, I want to see him. I want to talk with him off here. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
0555-101075. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Good afternoon, brother.
Yes, sir.
My name is Suba Morris. I'm calling from Rafi House.
What's on your mind, Morris?
Yeah, brother. Nothing on my mind to neighbor. I really need to talk to you, but I want your number.
Okay, yeah. Off air, we will we can talk off air. Yeah.
Yeah, I beg you, urgent call me, please.
Okay, super.
That one number, brother.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
0555-101075. Hello. Hello. Hello, you're live.
Hello, that's it.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Thank God for life. What on mama, Ansu M. Jugre calling for Sudan.
Ansu, go ahead.
What all my man going with Kuma, you're pretty telling that this is not America. After the management, when I work, as I see to you now, the work to the NTA on the freeway. They did a parking car and put the car in NTA fair. But telling the traffic management will never work in a country. The country transfer belong to Liberia, will not belong to Lebanese men.
Okay. Thank you for your input. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from? Please change your location and call back. Hello?
Good evening, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Chris, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to commend the president for the street in Kakata. I passed Kakata and I see they are paving the street. And secondly, the issue between the Maningo, the Fula woman and the policeman. I'm very angry with the police. Why is apologize to the people? I saw the video on Facebook. The woman is totally wrong. You cannot waste or insult officer. For God's sake. You know that you will not. You can't do that in me. You can't do that in Liberia. When an officer comes to arrest you, people like and go with the man. What some of that man did? The video is all on Facebook. Why must our police director apologize? For what reason?
Thank you very much for your input tonight. I see the CEO has joined in. CEO, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much, Nelson. How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's good to be here again.
Yeah, Nelson. Yeah. It's good to be here, right? Yeah. Everybody joining us. We're gonna start fire soon. We will do this, Nelson. And I hope you're ready though.
Yeah.
Nelson, you are not going to sleep on us tonight. I do believe you're not sleeping on us.
I don't sleep, CEO. Sometimes
that's what you be praying. You be praying.
Yeah, just meditate.
Oh, meditation. Okay. All right. That's a lot of stuff happening. I don't even know where to start. Everybody has coming on, but I came on early because that's it. Let's ask the people, where do they want us to start? Where? Start from where? Mm-hmm. Seriously, Saturday we're off. Sunday we did that show on the one-on-one, but a lot of stuff is happening. Can you imagine everything from the president to the orator to what is happening with the MCC? Gafwa had to come up and clear this whole thing because you found some UPs, they telling different stories. So my head is hurting, Nelson. Help me. I'm going to pause, Nelson. Tell me where you want me to start from today.
I mean, the oration from the Independence Day, the orator, is a good one to start with, and then gradually we can come to all the other ones. But the activity from Saturday, the actual weekend started from Saturday, so it's a good place to start from.
I didn't hear you, Nelson. Help me again. Where you want me to start from? Philip Bala is saying, let's listen to the people. Jamel Francis, Philip Bala, Tipo Speaker Dempster, Moses, Jeremiah Cohen, Rock TV Africa, and that's Francis or Women P, Tapla D. The name is Fatu Richardson. Let's just give them chance. Maybe they will tell us, Nelson, where they want us to start from. Should we go back to the 26th? Is the country so hard? Tell President Bwaga said the vice president should tell him how high is the country. But listen though, listen, off the back, right? Because we got a lot. I get Paul Kennedy in the back. Let me leave it in the back and enjoy myself more. Nelson, I asked somebody this question. I think it was you. You were afraid to answer. When did President Bwaga know that the country high and he needed to say something? I put my chopstick on there saying, I saw Paul Kennedy doing it in the back, so I do it mine. Let me put mine on live TV. When did President Bwaga get to know that Liberia inflation was high and all the prices going up? You remember when he went up and LPRC was sending people all over to say the country high? You remember that, right?
Yeah, I remember the
went out. You remember everybody. So when did the president get to know that Liberia is so damn hard that the people are suffering? When? That your 2 boni cost $25. When? Now when the 26, somebody told the president and said, "Oh, Mr. President, wait. 26 coming, everything." So the president said, "Oh, Mr. Vice President Jeremiah Pankun, my son, you got to set a committee." So when did this president get to know, right, that the whole thing, I'm just asking my people, don't beat on me. I'm just asking a question. So it means that President Bwaga right now, he doesn't know anything that is happening in the country, right? He doesn't know because people got to tell him. My question remains the same, ladies and gentlemen. What we're about to get in Mojo, I'm asking you, please, when did President Bwaga get to know that Liberia was hard? That in the 26th? When did President Bwaga get to know because the orator said inflation is hard, the country is hard? I mean, okay. All right, you're right. I know you guys will call him, right? Well, I just want to know, from me, I'm just asking, what are you for or you against? This is a straight up question. Imposition, opposition, no position. Nelson Colette. When did President Bwaga get to know that Liberia was hard? It's happening, Nelson. Talk to me.
See, I think the president is aware of, everything that's happening, but he had to say it the way he said it because of the presentation from the orator, the different things the orator touched on, and so the president had to buttress at some point, to just speak out on those things. But I think the president is aware, CEO. I think the president gets briefed every now and then about the unfoldings in the country, and so yes, I think he's aware, and it was just an action probably that was taken on the independence celebration. Okay, so I see Honorable Gray and okay, so I think the CEO is staying in the background. Yes. So Honorable Gray and Mr. Paul Kennedy. I think the CEO is trying to come back.
My man call me Honorable Kennedy too now because I went by election and they beat me. I went by election they beat me. The only honorable on here is a car grade. Don't mind me. You are not an honorable if you are not elected or appointed. Liberian people got to know this. The only honorable are those people who are appointed or elected under our constitution. Don't walk around calling yourself honorable.
What Dr. Fubi? Dr. Fubi.
Dr. Fubi is still coming. He's still on. I think he's in Burkina Faso. He'll be on his way. Don't worry.
Dr. Fubi. Someone asked me when he got a PhD. I said, oh, that's getting that tattoo.
No, I mean, I don't know how you got a doctor degree. I did between
that's what I'm telling you.
Now, who's that? Who?
Dr. Fubi. Dr. Henry.
Oh, yeah. No, he got a doctorate degree. It was that how you call him? What's the counselor name? Counselor Gu.
Oh, I thought I forget a man.
No, Counselor Gu, came on the show and he had a special 5 minutes program, and he just put that on him. And yeah, they just say, my man, your doctor, he agreed, he accepted. But man, it's an honorable doctor degree. So.
I'm not giving degree out, so don't.
I'm not part of it, please.
Don't blame it on me, my man. I don't have the authority.
Grandma phone, you guys are calling them Marco.
Well, this set is $450. They come with a headphone, and
I never want to know that because I want you to buy one for me.
It's $450, bro.
But that money for you, Paul, you know where it come from?
No, that money for me after losing election 2 times is a lot of money.
No, my man, the thing you get the money there. I know where it comes from.
I back him out, who picking up pieces.
But I see who I used to come to. So
ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to the show His Excellency. Oh, the man added another data. The man added another data.
They make the money with my man. Fubi, you're making data easy.
Fubi.
The bro make data easy.
Fubi, that's bad.
But CEO, you compared that with me last week. You said doctor. So I took it. Everybody gave me a taking it. I would even matriculate.
So you making for data.
man. You qualify. You qualify. I gotta qualify.
No, remember that Richard said. If you get four, I think if you get 2 or 3 or 4, you gotta change it, right? What's the next? You go to which level now? Fubi is on which level?
1, 2, 3, 4.
That it's a terminal degree. You don't go anywhere above that. You got
so that's it.
Yeah, you can
no,
get.
No, I disagree. We gotta find somewhere for Fubi.
You can decide you want to list. You can decide you want to list all 10, or you can decide you just want to be called doctor, whosoever you want to be called. The PhD is a terminal degree. We're not talking about the MD people. That's a professional degree.
Okay, I agree. So let's go back. Yeah, Paul Kennedy. They make it that walk away with 5. No, I think Joe, we are walking away with 3, right? Data, Joe Manawea, right? I think Joe, we get 3, right? How many you got?
1.
Joe, we get 3. No, he got 3.
My man.
He got
1. You always know the create story on it.
No, I'm serious. Joe, we got 3.
No. It's not true.
Okay, what Joe, we got he won from?
I will confront him more than once.
Well, little man, we are about to play the tape. Where Joe got his one from?
You play the tape. You know the tape.
No, but you said I won. Joe, every time Joe become father of the year, they gave you 1.
Oh, really? I thought you were talking something serious. You a father of the year.
Every time he become father of the year, they gave you 1. Okay. But let me say this, but we got something serious to discuss tonight, folks. We're just going to get right into it. I want to say, man, amazing program. I can't wait for today's conversation. A lot is going on. Wherever you find yourself, welcome to Spoon Talk. You know, the team coming on. We get our call-off time, 5 p.m., except when you're working. If you are not working, you didn't send us your schedule, we'll not bring you on. So we enjoyed ourselves today. I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining the show. Please share the show. Just tell somebody that Jesus loves you, and you are always welcome to Follow Spoon. Today, I was blessed to talk to Glenny Pastor, Dado Tabla. We had a great show on here yesterday. They are selling homes for $450,000 in Liberia. I don't know how that will happen. But again, he brought one Nigerian, Dr. Williams, on that built a home for $450,000. You decide. I ain't going to say nothing. That's the reason why Glenny is bending her head. She's buying her head low. $450,000. The lowest is $205,000, which is 1-bedroom apartment. And they are building it in Bentor, all the way in the bush. No electricity, no road. But then when you look,
that's bad marketing, Stanton. That's bad marketing.
But listen. I'm saying
that's development. That is development.
But Glenny, that's when you put a picture up. Let me give these people. Can you just imagine? You go way to Bentor, that part of Mosserado County, between Crusoeville and Audubonville, right? And you say we'll give you a beautiful home for $450,000. People say, how will I get it? You say they will provide you helicopter. They get landing gear. They get development. That Benny over for your turn now. They get ferry going there. The water, you come by the ferry that you go to Staten Island. I mean, this is beautiful. I'm not laughing. I'm not, the guys going there tomorrow. Over 100 acres of land. This is beautiful. But can you pay $450,000 United States dollars to get a home in Bentor with no electricity running there yet? No shopping mall. You got to come to Douala. I believe that's the biggest, closest market. From the airport to Bentor, they will provide you helicopter. And, Fubi can afford $450,000. Aka's great work 12 years as a representative. He can afford it. He received a lot of envelopes because his paycheck was in envelope. Paul Kennedy, you know exactly what he's doing. A big businessman, consultant in Washington, D.C. He can afford it. Sister Glenny,
lobbyists.
You know nothing about me. Nothing you know about me. Nothing.
Pastor carry the people there. You say I don't know nothing about you.
Go there. They got graveyard there now. They got what name? Open there. Better open a cemetery there.
I would say to all of you. If you can If you can't afford it, forget it. Yeah, graveyard development. They put in down, they call that development.
It is a development. Grass was there before. Now they have a running thing. You can see the graveyard and you see the graveyard and the dead. They're not development.
Graveyard development.
I'm not gonna development. I gotta die before I get development.
So you will not see the development and you go 6 feet under. But let's welcome everybody. Thank you for joining the show. Listen, we're gonna have a great time today. Get your smartphone. Emma is bringing fuel into the country this week. Maybe today arrive. Huge consignment. I don't know your take. You can let me know what you think about it. LPRC now, they are not retailing. They will just be supplying. They are supplier, I believe. That's it, right? Like Emma Stewart. Have you guys gone on the LDCC website and see how many cases? Go there, Google LDCC. A lot. It's scary, it's confusing. Joseph Bonner will fire the entire government. Maybe he will suspend the entire government. I don't know how serious that is. But LDCC came up with the last quarter report is very, very disturbing. Senators, representative name on it, who will be discussing it. What's going on with the MCC? Who telling the truth? Who are trying to lie to the Liberian people? MCC. Did we get the $500 million? Is the $500 million coming? Are we going back to December eligibility date? What's going on? Anything was lifted? And the issue remains, everybody saying their own because of spin and propaganda. So we got MCC on the list, right? You can tell us, July 26th came, gone. What did the president say? The president appointed Jeremiah Kwankun to make some determination after the increase in prices. Wait, what? Is President Joseph Yuma Baka shocked that everything price going up? Somebody got to say this. I mean, are you surprised that the president have mustered the courage now to appoint his vice president and say, look into the increase in prices for rice, for flour, for sugar, for pepper, for everything. Anything you touch, the price going high. They call it CPI. Yeah? So let's just understand something here. Hold on one minute.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, I told somebody I was talking about it, decided to tell you how to work for me. At the end of the day, we got a lot to discuss. The MCC issue, the things high in the country, the orator remark, we got all the video. You say your own, I say my own. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Continue to share the show. Nyampu or Bojado, now the LTM is back. You know, the LTM story, the representative called that we have the letter. We'll share the letter with you guys. I think they should be going for certain hearing on Thursday. With this LPM thing go through, who eating the LPM people money? Who's the owner? The guy that own the AUG, that insurance company. That everybody that registered a car in the country should go pay money to him. He's the only insurance company that you got to pay to. He closed up all the other insurance companies there, all of them. Only him, you go pay to. You cannot register your car without having insurance, and you must pay through him. Hey, the UP government now. Nelson, thank you. We know that you're not going to fall asleep, or you always meditating, right? So you will not be meditating today, Nelson. Let's put up all the video. Nelson always meditates when he's on the show. We want to welcome Akara, Stalika, Tombikai, Gray. We want to bring in Paul, Cowboy. Is that how you pronounce the middle name? Cowboy Kennedy.
Cowboy.
Okay, Cowboy Kennedy. We want to welcome Dr. Fubi, F.A. Herrings. Let's bring in Tamba D. Aguilas, and we'll bring in GJJ. Joining us also is Darius Doe. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you that are joining us, we'll ask you to please share the show and let's have fun tonight. Akaris, welcome. Let's hear you, Mr. Gray. We got one of 4 powerful conversations coming up, a lot of videos. And let's hear you. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you very much. And let me say good evening, good afternoon, good morning, because people listen to us from different part of the world in different time zones. So again, I Paul, Dr. Fubi, and Tama, it says Glenn, Darius. You know, we'll flow with the conversations, and you said a lot. I'm concerned about, like you rightfully placed it, the issue of the NCC, the premature, misguided PR about senior government officials on the social network. I think that they're doing more harm for the administration. They're not giving the PR arm to do their piece of work, and they think they can mislead the public. You listen to Gafan today. It's dangerous for the image of not just the government, but the country as a whole, because you try to create a kind of an impression that is not real. These guys need to leave Facebook and do their piece of job. They need to work, okay, than creating unnecessary diversionary tactics. When you spoke about the issue of the LSCC, I'm still concerned about the Ministry of Transport. I see people protesting every day. Like you said, when the president got to know that the country is at, you know, I kudos to Spoon Network and other local stations around here who took the microphone to the masses. They two people, the ordinary masses out there who spoke out. People said it was propaganda. People said it was planted. But you know, it's so embarrassing that when you have to wait, the president could not bear it no more, because the fact of the matter is that once the president just leave it, get right in front of your house, right across the road, you got shops there, you got people selling bitter ball pepper right near the president there, even right across the road, opposite his place. So he knows exactly, even one of his sons involved into the sale of basic commodity, he has a shop, entertainment shop, okay, and all of those things. So the president knows exactly, he just couldn't bear it, so he had to force it out. He couldn't hold back.
Thank you. We'll get into it. I just asked you for your intro because we want to put this thing up when we are speaking. Honorable Great, welcome to the show. Paul Kennedy, welcome. Let's hear you. Your intro for today. What's on your mind?
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to our followers, our audience. Let me not call them followers. What's on my mind is 2021 to 2022. The Liberian government carry building construction materials to Bapolo, road construction, not building. They dug up the city everywhere, and they said they were going to pave Bapolo city. They packed that construction material and ran away in the night, and they punched a hole everywhere in Bapolo city, and the roads, the city is not paved. The audit report is out, but they said the investigation completed. But the audit report, I checked on that line today, I was not able to see it. So we need to find who took the money that is supposed to lay Bapolo city out. I mean, not lay out, pave the layout city on the various streets, and did not do the work. We really want to find out, because that money was paid to some construction company that had gone to Bapolo to lay the city out. As I speak to you, Bapolo city is not paved. The cities, the streets are all muddy, the dusty roads, and somebody who said they're going to pave it or something they need to do, etc. That's what's on my mind. You can't lie to the people. You bring equipment, you say you come and lay the city, you come and pave the city, and you don't pave the city, you pack the equipment, you carry out, and nobody knows what's happening. That's on my mind.
Thank you, Paul. Fubi, let's hear you, my friend.
So they had this, good evening, everybody. They had this, professor at University of Lagos. I think he 4 doctorate degree, Dr. Wolotopo. So when you call him, you say, "Hello, Dr. Wolotopo." He can say, No, come. I didn't pay peanuts for it. Say, Dr. Wolotopo. So you have to pronounce all. You can't leave one. But on a serious note, I follow the oration of the 26th celebration, and one key thing caught me when a orator called for the changing of the motto of the country. So I even did a post on that everybody migrated to Liberia. we can't point to, nobody can point to one tribe that God created and put in Liberia and say this tribe were in Liberia since creation. So the fact that migration took place and people migrated from one point to another, the motto is appropriate, and the motto is not the one that causing us to go through all the hardship, the corruption, the divisiveness, and all those things that we're going through. So when you are educated, you have to educate the people and not miseducate them. And so those are things, something that caught my mind to talk about. But we look forward to having a good show, and it's good that the president was clear to acknowledge the hardship in the country, and that's something that we, everybody needs to do. See it and take it by the horn and fix it. And we all talk about the economy. That's the only thing that the government needs to stress, focus on to fix. If you want re-election, fix the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tamba, let's hear you. Welcome to the show, Tamba.
Yes, good afternoon, Stanton, and good afternoon, my fellow panelists and our listeners in Radio Land and online. It's always a pleasure to be here, Stanton. I didn't get a chance to be on the 26th, but I realized there was a technical difficulty. But the 26th was still on my mind. So we had a lot of activities on the East Coast. Our boy Jezino was on the East Coast in New York. It was a great show. I hope he can come around. He's a great kid and he's doing great, and we really appreciate his presence here in New York. So Jezino, come by, and celebrate with your people. The second thing that's on my mind is that there's a growing pride. I think this year's Independence Day celebration across, especially the diaspora, saw mass number of Liberians show up, record number of Liberians show up to celebrate July 26th independence, our 178 years. And that's what we should do. We should always be proud of who we are as a country and put our country first. So congratulations to all of us. And then the final thing that's on my mind, just for opening, is that President Joseph Numa Boakai has announced plans to commission a national war memorial to remember victims of the Liberian civil wars. 250,000 people died, according to estimates. I think it is a great move. It is long overdue, and we look forward to supporting this effort, all of the advocates that have been fighting for Liberia over the last 20 years. It's a great move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamai. Sis Glendy, welcome, and let's hear you, man.
So hello to everybody. I too am still in the space of the 26-day oration. The orator thought he was extremely eloquent. I thought he spoke to almost everything that needed to be touched. I also felt that his speech was balanced because he spoke to everybody. He spoke to Liberians everywhere. Some of the emphasis that no one Liberian is better than another Liberian was something that needs to be said every day, encouraging people to come home, but also holding the government accountable, talking to President Boyka not to just suspend, but to also fire. And immediately, I want to compliment President Boyka for also setting up the committee with Vice President Kuhn to start working on some of those hardships area. That's being responsive. That's what a responsible government does. They listen to their people, they do something about it, and it works. The other thing that's on my mind, and I've been talking about it, and I want everybody to think about it and see what it means. We have a lot of this weekend. I found out that we have almost 11 Liberian players in the NFL, 11, with 2 in NBA. And I think it's time that the government of Liberia recognize, and we have a lot of people, including my son, in the Olympics. Matadi has gone to 3 Olympics for Liberia, and he has now retired. And the government of Liberia has not recognized Emmanuel Matadi's services for what he's rendered. Some of these children, they were not born in Liberia, but they continue to raise our flag high. This is a campaign I'm on. I want the government to recognize our foreign-based players and tell them thank you for what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Glendy. Darius, welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
Yeah, so hi to all of our followers and to all of the panelists. I think what is on my mind is that we are overlooking the protests across the country. There are a lot of protests, the concerns, the issues our people are raising. The government is not paying that attention that is needed. We saw commercial drivers with a start of a protest today joining the transport ministry employees. Tomorrow, what will happen if all of the commercial vehicles, the rest of the other who did not join the protest today, if they do join, we're talking about a lockdown. Why is this government paying deaf ears to the plights of the commercial drivers and the employees at the Ministry of Transport? We don't know. But that is something that we need to discuss and keep discussing that. I just read a press release from NPA, the National Port Authority. Sekou Dukle is giving 2 weeks ultimatum for people who consignments exceeded 90 days stay at the port. And if they don't come to clear it, the government, the NPA will auction that. 5,400 to clear 40 feet continuum, 3,000 plus to clear 20 feet continuum. But the question is, why would people bring their consignments and they don't want to clear it? It's just simple. Perhaps no money. The country is hard. The country is just hard.
So that's what on your mind. You get any other thing on your mind? Then we'll move on.
So that's it. I will dive into the rest of the topics.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. We want to welcome all of you. Continue to share the show. Let's discuss the issue concerning Liberia. There's a lot going on. Like I said, Emma Stewart announced on Sunday, 11 a.m. in the morning. And Emma Stewart have agreed to come on the show Tuesday to discuss about the consignment that came in today or will be coming in this week for LPRC. Now, where is it coming from? A lot of story behind this announcement. All right, that Liberia is importing her own fuel. Will it reduce the prices on the market? People are asking the question. Who Emma Stewart is in deal with? The LPRC. Who are they working along with? Which Arab nation? Which company out there? People are asking the question. How much of a deal this is? They are asking the question. So I want to announce to all of you, whether it's good, bad, or ugly, a lot of questions remain unanswered. You remember last year, May 24th or May 20th, 2024, LPRC signed an agreement with Starcom, another Arab importer. What become of that? Yeah, these days saying people are investigating, a lot of questions coming out. Is this group from Nigeria? Are they from Dubai? And you talk about they are from Ghana? How much of money going in this deal? Now, how will this affect the importers we already have, those businesses we already have in the country? Let's just brush off this because most of this thing will be answered by Emma Stewart. He spoke to me, he spoke to Mami, we're on the call. He said he will come on the show on Tuesday and he will explain and take our question. But at Karis Grade, what do you think about this Emma Stewart LPRC deal coming to the country?
Fairly speaking, first, to know the source of who the government is doing business with is very essential. And it's a part of the millions of dollars loan that was actually taken by the LPRC that violated our constitution that was not ratified by the legislature. Remember the day Safoko said, we'll point this place down. You remember when the legislature technically tried to shield the loan agreement that was not ratified constitutionally, which in the future it could be prosecuted. Any government official who goes into business or entity of government and take loan on behalf of the state and doesn't bring it for ratification is breach of the constitution and not the usurpation of the function of the legislature. So we got to know whether the Liberian government is paying for it. But you asked a technical question, very important question. Bringing petroleum product to Liberia does not reduce the price of petroleum. I always said it depends on the demand. It depends on the supply. I just listened to the very Emma story, I think 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks. They were speaking about the crisis Okay, this has caused the Iran crisis, and Israel, they said this has caused the price of petroleum product to go. You remember vividly we had this argument here again when they said there was an executive order, and I think they talk about GTMX, some taxation, they talk about the prices of petroleum product has not dropped on the market. Okay, so it would be unfair for PR argument to say because LPRC is involved into the importation of petroleum product, they automatically bring down the price of petroleum. Who are they going to sell it to?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, those are questions.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, people are talking about the risks involved. Folks are saying, well, what about those importers? How will it affect them? Will this reduce the market price in Liberia? Where is it coming from? What kind of deal? People are saying it's not G to G, it's not government to government. A lot of stuff is happening. People want to know. Let me bring you Paul Kennedy. Again, as a reminder, folks, it must well have agreed to come on this network to take the question. So what we are saying, we are just brushing off it, right? And then we ask must well all of this question, okay? Let me ask you, Paul Kennedy, what do you think about this deal from LPRC?
Thank you, Stanton. And I'm glad Honorable Toya is going to come on, the platform to give us the opportunity to ask him the question, because the government decision to import petroleum product to distribute to people to sell on the market brings a lot of questions to my mind, right? And I think the ultimate justification they're giving is when the government does that, it's going to lower prices. First of all, the only thing government was doing was sitting there and waiting. People were bringing their petroleum and they were putting it in there and paying government taxes, paying government for storage, and paying government for everything. Now, government is going to take this money to go and put it back in the market. How does that money that is leaving from government to go in the market to bring fuel or petroleum product reduce the cost of product? The Honorable Toya will explain that to us. But I think it does a couple of things. It creates an uneven advantage, an unfair advantage for the commercial people who are also distributing fuel, like Shrimex, right? If you are a distributor, a wholesale distributor, and government gets to be a player, government, of course, is powerful. They can put all kinds of regulation on you to get the advantage over you. So I think if they are trying to do this, LPRC should relinquish the regulatory power they have as an institution. I mean, it's good, and the government can get into the market. You can have government market, but government shall not be a regulator and at the same time be an importer to distribute. That's the conflict of interest. And, a lot of people would say it will scare new entry into the market. And that I don't think will provide the other commercial people the fair advantage to do that. So Honorable Toya, who has the understanding, will come here and we can ask some of those questions so that we are enlightened. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Greg, let's hear you on the LPRC issue.
So I think I want to agree with the latter portion of what Paul said, that the government cannot be the one bringing it and regulating. But there also needs some form of control. So to that extent, I think the government needs to be a part of that to know what's coming, what's not coming. But also, if they're also going to be bringing in petroleum, they can't be the one that's going to set the pricing, because then it's going to be a conflict as to they'll set pricing that's going to benefit them and not benefit the other importers. But I think it will be a good thing I'm sure there will be further discussion on this. But should we have a country with no petroleum in it? I mean, if that's the only way to get some additional petroleum, I don't think we should. I think if the government is able to negotiate to bring them in the country, I don't think it's a bad thing. But I think we just need to discuss further so that people there is some sense of responsibility and control over how the petroleum is put on the market and who sells it. Thank you.
Yanni, thank you. Fubi, let's hear you. Well, what was your take on the LPRC? And guys, again, continue to share the show. The reason why we would not go into deep is because we gave a chance for Amos to come and explain the LPRC position. So we'll brush this off real quick, and then you can join us tomorrow when Amos does appear. Fubi, LPRC importers.
Yeah, so I think initially LPRC was doing the very thing, importing and refining, raw crude and refining, and that's the essence of the whole LPRC, Liberia Petroleum Refinery Company. corporations. So they were bringing in petroleum product, refining it, and distributing to wholesalers that will go and do retailing. So I think they are still within the scope of their establishment. So I don't think it's wrong for them to do that. And we can say, government cannot be player and referee at the same time, but at the end of the day, you got government, only the government going to run the state. So whether they set up a different regulatory arm, different from LPRC, it's still the government. So we can't run away from government. Government will set the prices. So it's still the government. And all we can ask for, the other players that want to come in, independent players, they can only ask for fair pricing so that they can all be able to compete. So government will not have a special disadvantage. I mean, the LPRC will not have a special advantage over the others. So if you say the price is $1 per gallon, it goes across the board. Whatever tax that is supposed to come in, they're supposed to pay the government. LPRC will also pay the same tax. So nobody will pay different tax, and LPRC has special discount or special leverage from government. So that's the only thing. But at the end of the day, it's still government going to run everything, and we'll not have an independent body outside of government to regulate the industry. So they just have to ensure that the field is playing, so that all those that are participating already will continue to participate and have the people to make their profit and distribute. And LPRC is not out of scope; they are within scope. Thank you.
Tama, come in, please.
Yeah, thank you, and good evening again, and good afternoon, everyone. I think Fubi is right. When you look at an organization, you ask yourself, what is the role, what is the mandate of this company? If you look at the creation of LPRC in May 60s, I believe, it was created for that, to import refinery products, refine them and put them in the market. And then now we have players that have gotten into this petroleum space. But I think, just like I don't want to take too much time on this, it is always good to have a regulator if government is going to be competing, right? And I'm not foreseeing any drastic change in prices, but at least what we can be assured of is supply. So with the government bringing in petroleum products, gasoline, and fuel, that will increase the supply on the market. And as someone said, I think based on the demand, then we can determine if prices can reduce by 5 cents here or 10 cents here every now and then. But it's always good to keep the regulator and the importer of components of the LPRC as separate entities. I think that would be in the interest of Liberia, it would be in the interest of fair play, and it would be in the interest of competition, because we want to make sure that the Liberian-owned businesses also thrive. I know Chairman Musa came on the show lately, to talk about this, but I think it's so premature to say they're going to be targeting one person or one business in this. But again, I think Amos, if he comes on or when he comes on, can provide more clarity on this endeavor and how it's going to profit or benefit the rest of the citizens of Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darius, let's hear you. Welcome, Darius. Let's hear you on this Amos 12 LPRC deal.
Yeah, so I think this is critical for us to discuss from all perspectives. We have heard what the LPRC has said in regards to venturing into the importation of petroleum. Also, we need to consider what the private importers are saying as well. Mind you, LPRC has been generating revenue from storage and other fees that are then paid by importers. That amount of money will now be going towards the purchase of petroleum. Also, there will be fiscal burden on the government, because government will reach a certain point in time to subsidize, to put money in the budget for that. All right. Then the competition will also slow down, because government will not be paying tariff as compared to the private importers. They will not be paying tariff. And then government will be setting the price as they have been doing. So if you bring 3.4 million gallon, 10 metric ton, you will not distribute to Amiata and other private institution. All right. At the end of the day, the private importers will not have the space to distribute as well. And then what will happen if government set a price at $3? They are not paying tariff, but tariff is imposed on the private importers. So we need to look at it from all of the perspectives. We'll also look at the risks in terms of job. We'll also look at the risks of corruption. We have seen over time that state or state-owned enterprises have been very, very poor and ineffective in terms of revenue generation. So undertaking the aspect of importing, who's going to monitor that? What are the mechanisms put in place to minimize corruption? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you, Darius. Let's bring in Councillor. Councillor, it's good to see you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to fellow panelists. Well, I think I go along with Fubi on this whole discussion. There's no way you're going to escape government's regulatory authority. Government will continue to be the player, the referee, the spectator, and all, and whatever way you think when the game is on. Because even if they take the regulatory power from LPRC, they're still going to give it to another government entity to, execute that power. So our concern most is, would that create job? If LPRC begin to import petroleum product, will it hurt the Liberian masses compared to the Liberian companies? So we gotta look at who is going to benefit from this deal before we cast any expression. If the masses going to get petroleum product as low as we can get it, maybe for $3 or so, then whoever thinks that he's getting millions of dollars from selling petroleum must fall in line. I'm sure that the government would not do anything to disenfranchise petroleum importers in the country. But these petroleum importers, they always come, bring the product in, they add prices, this other 20 cents, this other 50 cents. And you and myself have been here, we've been hearing that, successive government have come, they will put $1 only for themselves. They say the president get 10 cents, the speaker get 5 cents, the other person get 2 cents off. So let's take out all those 2 cents, 5 cents, 3 cents, and let LPRC use it to bring petroleum product in the country. The masses will benefit. We'll get it in cheap. We don't care what war we're fighting between the government and the business tycoon. All we want is that prices should be affordable on the market and people will be able to buy petroleum product at a lower price so that they can proceed. So the act creating the 1989 Act creating the Liberian Petroleum Refining Company gives them the authority to import, sell, and distribute. So that's the law that they have. Even if you look at the 2012 policy, the 2012 policy again, and makes specific reference to Section 1 of the Act, giving the LPRC that authority, and even goes above to say no other entity, even government and institution, will import petroleum product in the country without cannot import petroleum product in the country except with the consent of the LPRC by the approval of the president. So let's see how this works out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Again, like I said, Amos is coming tomorrow. Hope he does. And we're going to ask him this question and get into it. So we're just brushing this off. Uncle Sam, the cutoff time is 5 p.m. We have the same time, Uncle Sam. If you come back 5:15, forget that you're 72 years old when I bring you on.
I mean, rules are rules. I mean, the rules are not based upon age. I mean, that's the rule. That's the rule. I mean, if I'm late, seriously, I would just sleep, enjoy myself. That's all, and then drink my alcohol, enjoy myself, and smoke my blunt. Okay, look.
So we have LPRC and so they import it. Yeah.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it. Right. So, what is the economic rationale
security implications, provision of this strategic commodity to the public, right? So what is the justification? Have we seen anything that LPRC has written that they can put out there as justification for this new change of policy, where a tank farm and a regulator of the petroleum industry is now becoming a what? An importer, a player, a competitor? Doesn't make any kind of economic sense. This is what I think. This is another means to finance the 2029 campaign. That's all. They're looking for different areas of cash flow, income streams for 2029. You have LPRC owned tank farms, Strimbeck owned tank farms, China Union got tank farm, Cornish got tank farm, right? But they all pay some fee to LPRC to manage and regulate this industry, right? To ensure that because petroleum is a strategic commodity, that there is a reserve, right? And the way that the petroleum product is financed in the country, they do it through collateral management. Like they got these Swiss boys who finance the purchases, and it comes to Liberia, and as they're hauling it from the tanks, they're getting their money. For LPRC to be competing with importers, it's unfair because number one, LPRC will not pay storage fees. LPRC will not pay taxes to government. LPRC can usurp the distribution system in the country to give itself an advantage over the petroleum importers, right? Because whose gas station will not want to buy from government, right? Because they have the whole infrastructure, the political infrastructure, they have to go and manipulate the process. So I think this is an effort for the 2029 campaign. That's all this is. It's nothing else and nothing more. If the system is not broken, it shouldn't be played with. And I can assure you, if they do this, because of the incompetence that is intrinsic in state-owned enterprises, there will be many times where the market, there will be product shortages on the market. There will be a lot of disequilibrium and misalignment of prices. It is just going to be a complete mess. So I'm appealing to President Boca. President Boca, if you want to spoil your government, let LPRC bring in petroleum product. And 6 months from now, when the market starts to chakla, they will blame you. You will see people in the streets with can trying to buy gasoline with 400 or 500 cars in the line at the average gas station. That's all I have to say.
So that's the issue. And thank you, Uncle Sam. Thanks to all of you. Is it a good thing for the country? Can LPRC manage their importing and distribution? They are not in retail. It's very clear. They say we're not going to sell. We're going to receive the consignment. We're going to give it to Petro Trade. We're going to give it to Aminata. We're going to give it to them. They will sell it retail. And the LPRC will just take our money and go pay and get a new one. What do you think, though? I mean, I know you're coming from another place, another area of Carriers Gray, but LPRC is saying, listen, we're getting into this information, we stabilize fuel on the market. There will be no shortage of fuel. But Uncle Sam's saying there will be shortage. Time will come, people will be looking, border will be also around. Do you think this is troubling when we have a big deal to input right now that the government can bend on her own back and say, yes, we're not run out of supplies?
Those who argue that there will not be shortage, they are arguing wrongfully. There's no guarantee, okay, that because the government brings in petroleum product, are you getting me? Yeah, I said there's no guarantee. We shouldn't, no, this kind of argument is not something to put out in the public level. That's why the government rapidly failed. Because they try to create a scene as if to say they are almighty, they see beyond. There's a possibility that the prices, for example, you talk about the prices could go on the world market. How do you stabilize the market here? Are you going to tell me that the people who bring the petroleum product, they're not going to sell it at a particular cost? The petroleum product that the government bringing, are they capable of supplying the entire country consistently? I don't think so. The quantity of petroleum product cannot supply the entire country persistently. That's why you have all the suppliers in the country. So that argument about stabilizing the market, that argument about there will be no shortage, is a weak argument. The other point, and I wasn't thinking that.
Let me ask you a question, Craig, because I want to push on you a little bit, then we'll move to the other conversation. During 6 years of former President George Panel, you guys tried this though. Why it didn't work?
Actually, I didn't concentrate on it. I would not lie to you, okay? No. But I believe that even have our government going in that direction, it does not guarantee. That'd be very clear. It's no mistake. It does not guarantee the stabilization of the price. Not only that, it does not guarantee that there will be no shortage. Okay, people will hold. There will be holding of the product, whether you like it or not. Maybe, for example, if LPRC sells the product at a cheaper price and people rush and buy everything, you know what happens? Okay, so that is not a strong argument like I'm saying. And same session, that's what I say. It's good that Amos will be coming here. We want to know who the contract, but not legislature should see the contract. Who are they doing business with? Who are the suppliers? What's the total amount? What it costs? Okay, I don't know if you have seen it or whether they've sent it to you. We need to know the cost. Okay, whether the bundle supply, whether the quarterly supply to the government of the Republic of Liberia, whether testing something for now, but the contract this thing.
Thank you.
Is being completed is very important. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Gray. You know what? Let's just move on because I just can't wait for it. If this were tried by the former government and later on, Baka is trying it now to make it work. Isn't it concerning that then they will come back and criticize it? I do not want to be judgmental, but I want to play the fair game here, right? There's a reason why former President George Panel, we had tried through ND Ure when she was there. If it didn't work, Paul Kennedy, don't you think that? Can we try it? I mean, is this a revenue generating aspect here that the government can make more money by importing? Would that be a problem to the other importers? I think that's your argument, Paul. You think the government can chew gum and walk at the same time? Liberians need to hear this real quick.
Yeah, look, Stanton, government can do anything. But the question is how viable that's going to be. And so it brings me to ask the question. Government objective is to reduce costs. So if government look at 5 Liberians, Liberian firms and say, listen, we're going to take money, the money we're supposed to use to go to import the petroleum product, we will bid it to 5 Liberian businesses. 2 of them will be importing wholesale, and then 3 of them in country will be the distributors. So we'll create that competition between government own arm of the services versus commercial arms. Instead of LPRC, that is the mandated regulator, sitting there and trying to import and distribute. I heard my friend and say, oh, there will be no competition, there will be nothing wrong. They have insider information. They are the regulator. There are just too many things wrong. So what I think LPRC could do, and I'm not a petroleum specialist, I'm not an economist, nothing of the same. Can they find, we're talking about employment, creating jobs opportunity for Liberians here. So if government has that money to put in there, can this government be looking at and say, look, Fubi Heron, you and 5 other Liberians, you put a company together, let's review your capacity, and then we can give you money. We loan you money to be the one who will bring, the resources, the oil in and do the distribution in the market, instead of LPRC itself as LPRC actually getting into the process. Can government give money out to these entities, to these organizations to do that? That's the question I'm looking to ask Honorable Towe when he comes home.
Thank you very much, guys. Let me say, Mami, the call-off time is 4 p.m. I know you're the #1 basic working man here. We just want to say that you're always coming with Bota. I know that new Judah you're looking for, but I will tell your wife, you got to come in before 5, like I told Uncle Sam. Mami, you must have a long conversation on this LPRC issue. Yes, our issue. It's very important to know that Amos 12 is coming tomorrow. What's your take? Good, bad, or ugly? Do you think it needs to be refined? Do you think we are there now? Are we ready for LPRC to go back to importing?
When more information, I mean, good evening to everybody on the show. Good to be back. When more information come out, we will do detailed analysis of what's happening. But the initial information we have gathered is pointing to a very strategic, positive move. From the broader perspective, it paints a good picture about the government. It shows that private investors are trusting the credibility of the government to do business. That's the first big picture we need to look at. The reason why it failed in the past, after several attempts, were because those who were the custodian of those assets, the Kuwaitis, the other people, they did not trust the regime to do business with them in that manner and form. Today, they have trusted the government on its own record to enter into a purchase agreement. Based on our understanding of the deal, if you listen to Stanton say we had a long conversation, yes, we had a long conversation. Government is not paying a dime. $1, government is not paying. The owners of the petroleum product are trusting government on its credibility and say, I will give it to you. You will give it to your distributors. Government are selling gas. I will give it to you. I trust you. I will give you X quantity. You will give it to your distributors. Your distributor will sell and you will pay back. That's the information we gather. Let's wait and see as we get more details on how it goes. But just from that a private company will trust the government and say, don't give me no money. I will give to you. You will give to your distributors. Your distributors will sell, will open a joint account. The money will be deposited in that joint account. I will take my money, or you will be signatory, and the portion will be left for you. For me, I see it as a reaffirmation of confidence in the government. We can go into the details of the deal, but that in itself, for me, is a good sign. Stanton, that would be my opening comment on it.
Again, guys, I want to say the reason why I'm just breaking bit by bit here is because Tuat is coming. We asked Tuat this question. This is about Liberia, so he must appear. He must answer the people question, and we'll move in the direction. What's your thing? Do you think this is a good thing for our country? Many people will say yes. But are we taking jobs away from the other importers, or we just being competitive? Will LPRC now reduce the prices? A key question. If we're paying $5 full beat, will they bring it down to $4? Now, if they bring it down to $4, what will happen to those other importers? A lot of questions at stake, but I beg for us to leave it, ladies and gentlemen. Share the show. Welcome to Spoon Talk. We want to hear from you. LPRC importing now. They are not retailer. They will not be putting your fuel up there. No, they will be giving it to Petrol Trade, Aminata, and Kalando, and all the people that can go get it and sell it, but they will just bring in the fuel. How long? Where are they taking it from? We will let you hear from Amos Tware tomorrow, by God's grace. Let's get quick to the LTMI. Now, we were asking the question about LTMI. Who authorized Gregory Comer to sign on driver lesson? I didn't know that we have a letter going way back to the first Madam Salif time. Did any of you see the letter? Let me put it in the chat room. Way back to the first Madam Salif time, authorizing the Minister of Justice to do what? To formulate. So when who came on the show the other day and said, well, they had a gentleman agreement. Somebody was speaking on our show, and they say it was Salif Tyler, Gregory Comer. Yeah, and they had a gentleman agreement, and authorizing Gregory Comer. Maybe I'm reading this letter wrongly. Let me share the letter, you read it. But notwithstanding today, the people are protesting today. Just take a listen, and this is troubling.
No police. Yes, sir. And now we are coming up to focus totally on buying the power. So, unfortunately, I am even a person.
also, these are slogans, these chanted by drivers who have been protesting since this morning against the Liberia traffic management taking siege of vehicle registration and issuing driver licenses. They have come in solidarity with employees of the Ministry of Transport as well. According to them, they have been hugely affected about the Liberia traffic management taking siege of the driver licenses, the issuance of driver licenses, and also of vehicle registrations as well. So they have come to say they are anti Liberia and management protesters.
I will tell you, there's other people killing are doing my anytime. And we refuse because you are killing what the American people. So to the outside, they are contra what the Hezbollah. So we are giving the power to not refuse to sign the contract with LTMI, which is the Hezbollah group.
What are we basing here? Guys, let's welcome Dr. Beauclair and Vandella Patrick. Something serious is happening. Is LTMI already explaining? Is the government of Liberia already explaining? Are they telling the Liberian people what is missing here? Men and women on the street feel that they have been disenchanted. The job will be taken away from them. They are saying, Gregor Como go, Joseph Boakai go, LTMI go, and they are calling them criminals, but at the same time they are blaming the Hezbollah for the owner of AUG. Something is happening. Maybe somebody is not saying something for them to understand. Akara is great. I'm taken back. I am shocked of what I'm seeing. Seriously, this is getting too much. Let's hear you.
Stana, you know, we've been on this subject matter, and I've said this, and I want to be emphatic again. As former chairman on the executive, what you guys are running with is not what we have faced our signatures to. I must repeat. And because what they are running with now is not what we have faced our signatures to, and that document was forged, that sheet, that page 12. That's why that one of the cardinal reasons they didn't function. For Ellington, whether you like it or not, they did not function. Under the CDC, they claimed that they also had an agreement that they didn't function. Under this administration, they have functioned. You know, I believe there are big allegations of their relationship from Lebanon with a terrorist group, an allegation, I want to put it quote unquote, and they are serious concerns. They are concerns about money laundering, because if somebody claimed that he has spent $30 million United dollars in that time frame, and you cannot visibly see the infrastructure, you cannot see what they spent the 30 million. 30 million is not a joke. Nobody used Liberia as a base to claim money. Like you said, there could be something bigger. Why Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? Because if you listen to the AG guy and say, emphatically during the public hearing at a station called last year, December, that this agreement initially they had it for Ellen, and then on a Weah, they had a reverse document, okay, on a President Weah, and now on a President Boyka. In fact, they decided to withdraw their case from the court because they were advised by the Minister of Justice. The guy who came here, he said something very significant, and he said will be joined by the drivers across the country. If you listen to the lady and the guy, one of the guys that appeared, the drivers are joining in. The guys are saying Gregory go because some of them know the historicity of this agreement for a very long time. You're talking about over 10, almost 11, 8, 9 years thing we're discussing here today. Okay, but now the insensitivity of the administration is very significant. I don't care how people put a spin on it. This government came on the matriarch of change. Not necessarily change, but it's a rescue. That means Liberia became an endangered species. So you have to rescue it. They criticized many of these deals, including this. They said they were going to in fact cancel most of these deals. They refused. Why they refused to cancel this deal? Why they refused to revisit the GTMS? You were, yeah, they revisited it. My man, all the people came on air and said this is the best deal. You all were on the show before, okay? After review. But this, they have refused. All the blame they are saying it came from the past administration. Assuming, let me play the devil advocate for that. Assuming, let's assume that it's a deed that came from the past administration, it's a bad deed. Why this government is insensitive and using a bad deed to punish?
Let me on your first 2 minutes, and we'll come back again on this one, because on our second topic, let's hold you right there. Poor candidate, watching the video, people are hitting the street. We can preach for now until that cannot come. Something is happening. What is it, Paul?
Thank you, Stanton. I sent you some document, almost 15 pages of different things, court order, letters, notices. And the only thing I saw on that information was letter from the president, Ellen Johnson, going to this person, letter from the justice minister providing opinion, letter from the court giving authorization on this. On none of those documents did I see Gregory Coleman's name. None. Gregory Coleman does not have, except somebody can tell me in the laws under the Republic now, where Gregory Coleman has the authority to create contract and issue contract and or award contract, right? So I'm perplexed here. I've been sitting down trying to figure out why are the people telling Gregory Coleman to go instead of telling Ome Baga to go? Why is nobody calling Salif Talon's name? He's the one who is the minister sitting there at transport, who has agreed and even concerned that LTMI is the legitimate stuff that the contract is awarded to. Why is nobody asking Salif Talon to resign? I mean, Salif Talon should be resigning or coming to put an end to this protest, because he's the one who's actually driving. If he's not saying a thing, I want to know why is he so quiet. But everybody, Gregory Coleman, go. Show me one of the contracts that you've seen Gregory Coleman's signature on. You're just picking fault on Gregory Coleman, or he needs just reading everybody's mouth. Gregory Coleman has no power under our constitution to issue contracts. He has no power to do anything to void it or what. The only power he has is to execute what the government tells him to do. So why are we not asking for the justice minister to resign? They're the one who made opinion to say the contract should remain with LTMI. Why are we not asking for the president to resign? He's the one who has ratified the contract and sent it to the legislature. Y'all leave Gregory Coleman, man. I beg y'all. Y'all find something else to say. Sometimes I'm wondering whether people even understand.
But I get back to the issue. You are just defending Gregory Coleman.
Yeah,
Let's talk about
that's the issue.
No, that's not the issue.
The
Paul, listen. We can't get angry on the show. Let's talk to each other. But give me a chance. I'm staying with you, my brother.
No, but you're qualifying that I'm angry and I'm not.
Yeah, but you missed the issue. You say you leave Gregory Coleman, man. Why don't you go beyond Bwaka? Why you beating on Gregory Coleman? Your Gregory Coleman needs to in your mouth. It means that you directly taking a position to protect Gregory Coleman. If you're saying those things, people are angry that they're losing their job. Can we talk about it? People are angry that this company came in illegally. Can we talk about it? But I see you just went with Gregory Coleman. But close up, my friend. We'll move around the table.
We have a contract that was ratified by President George Manuel Weah and signed by the legislature. I mean, it was signed and sent to the legislature. It came back and awarded LTMI a contract to operate in our country. How is that illegal? How is that illegal for a president to sign a law to say, listen, we are going to award this contract to this group of companies to go and operate in our country? We are giving them A, B, C, and D function under this contract. And then the legislature, they go to committee, they sit down and sign it, and they send it to the president sign it and make it a law. Oh, so when the president signs something now it's illegal? This is the issue. So coming back to the instant people saying Gregory Coleman taking, do I look like I can defend Gregory Coleman? They made the chief of police. Paul Kennedy will not even get a job can defend chief of police. I can protect the chief of police.
On this phone talk. That'll fool me. Let's bring you in. But my question remains, I'm not listen, you can call Gregory Coleman name, anybody name. But can we focus on the people and their argument they are making? You think LTMI is illegal? Before you do that, this is the letter we received today from the Honorable House of Representatives. I thought I put in in the chat room. And,
Yes,
they are inviting them. Is it there?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. They are inviting them Thursday, the 31st, 12 noon, in the speaker conference room, and, in continuation for them to continue the discussion of the concession agreement, which will enter into. They are inviting them. They're saying that, listen, we want to hear you guys. The management, Liberia Traffic Management, Monrovia, Liberia, they are inviting them. The Senate also saying, we need to hear from you guys. The people are crying. Rescue. The people are saying rescue is not rescue. They are not rescuing us. They are giving us up to the hyenas. LTMI is eating us. LTMI is taking our job. LTMI is running away with our resources. You cannot insure your car except you go to Hazard. They got me. Joey friend. As you can see on this picture, Joey friend. You got to go to his own insurance company to pay for the insurance. That person, we are friend. You see them there. They were talking about LTMI. As you can see, it's not me saying it. I didn't take the picture. But they were discussing LTMI. They were discussing the insurance company. You cannot go to any insurance company but to this guy insurance company. Millions of dollars is running out, and the people are crying. Who should we blame? Seeing Joey hanging out with the guy, seeing Joey agreeing to give the business to the guy, then later the president flip-flop. What's going on? I see my own.
So
That's the only picture I ain't got no other picture.
I think this is another weird project. Everybody say the CDC would not want to accept the other project. And the other project is CDC would not accept. But on a serious note, I think the government needs to listen, and the president needs to take this by the horn and not just leave it with the legislature. Because at this stage, it's the executive that is executing the function right now. Gregory works for the executive. Gregory signing on driver licenses issued by the LTMI, and Gregory works for the president. He was appointed by the president. And so if the people at Transport Ministry, they also honor the executive, and they are raising these issues, and this is not their first protest and assembly at the Transport Ministry. So the president cannot play deaf ear to this, and the justice minister cannot close his ears to this. The minister proper, Salif Tallah, also cannot close his ears to this and say, oh, they order my hand, or my hand tied, I can't talk. Yeah, you don't have to talk publicly. I don't expect you to come publicly to criticize the government, but you can go to the president, go to the justice ministry and say, look, this is hampering our activities at the ministry, and this is embarrassing for the country. And so let's take a decisive action and put this to rest. That's something that he needs to do.
Salif said he did that. And he said it's above your pay grade. Above you. He said he did it. I'm receiving information from sources. Salif spoke against it.
I heard that lady say in the comment section here that he told them that it was a buffing. But I mean, he has to go to the president and the justice ministry and ring the bell again, because this is embarrassing to him. Is that his ministry, every day that you see his employees and other people coming there to protest. So it's directly affecting him. It's a direct arrow to his tax. So he needs to hold this by the horn and address it. Go to the president. He shouldn't call any public, press conference or any public discussion about it, but go to the president behind the scene and address it and put this to rest. Because at the end of the day, these are issues that are going to affect the government. And we might overlook it and say, oh, these are people that are just making noise. But at the end of the day, when you hear this kind of noise, that's how it ends. And the government needs to hear the hardship that the president spoke of. This is some of it. So he needs to add it to the vice president. Also needs to take this on when he reporting after a 45 days mandate. So this is part of it. So they need to address this.
I'm not understanding you, but maybe the public understood what you said. He said he did it, Fubi. He did it.
He needs to do it.
Once you get away from here, we're not going to listen to you. We want this, and we want it now. He said he did it. But let us know, time by time. A lot of Liberians confused on this issue. A lot of Liberians crying that their loved one will be out of job. Seeing the people they are protesting, and they schedule another cook out again. If you're hungry, go in for the Minister of Transport. They will cook. You will eat free food. I'm hearing people contributing to them. They are fighting for the job. Agree. Let me be very sure here. Agree that President Weah gave this to LTMI. Play the devil advocate, because that's where Mommy going to go. Agree that President Weah signed all the document. Even this document, I'm going to put it up. That's it? No, I'll put it up. Agree that President Weah signed all the document. Let's just do this. We have to rescue, man. What's the way out here? Tama.
Yes, I think this story is interesting because the transportation industry is one of the largest job creating industries in Liberia. Even though we need to create 10 times more jobs for our young people across the country. But when you have, and look, state on the records are there. We've done the research. We read the letters from the president, the former president, George Weah, submitting this act or this legislation or this concession to the legislature with the same points that are in the deal. So that I think that's settled. This deal was signed by the CDC and was going to LTMI, period. That's the reality. But the law in itself today, as it is, Stanton, it is not in the interest of the Ministry of Transport, and it is not in the interest of Liberia, period. Ministry of Transport is able to generate at least $4 to $5 million or probably more, $9 million a year. You have a concession agreement for $40 million for 25 years. The ministry itself can generate that in 4 or 5 years. Secondly, you have close to 300 people, civil servants who's going to be losing their job if this deal stay as is. And when I listen to Senator McGill, who was a former Minister of State to former President Weah, saying on that video that the deal, the concession itself has been doctor or finger. For me,
hold on 1 minute. Hold on. I wouldn't say much, but here's what I want to say. The fact that we have two documents. I was staying in a mansion when the document came out, and the legal advisor to the president, who has the responsibility to review all legal documents coming from this legislature, said that the document that the traffic management is purporting that it is the law, it's not the law. So the government could not proceed to implement a concession when the government itself believed that the concession of the traffic management people were arguing was not the one the president signed. So how the president's signature got on the one they carried around, the government's all confused. So for this government to... When you say president, talking about the former president? The former president at the time, the former president. The former president, so we could not implement... Yeah, I want to make it clear, the former president. And former president, we are so... You can't have two documents. Nowhere in the world that a government will operate on two documents. The concession here carry one document around, say this is a document. The government that gave the concession said, no, that one I signed. The one I signed did not carry the thing you are arguing about. So in my mind, we don't have a law. So it's really important that the legislature either repeal it, withdraw it. Even the legislature, the argument came back. I think it was the argument came back with other legislators to go look at.
That's the former chief of staff to President Weah. He said somebody fingered the document.
Exactly. And people who are watching, it's good for them to see these videos. And stand at some point, you should show the letter from former President Weah accompanying this concession to the legislature. It was passed. It was given to LTMI. But I think it backfired and they were afraid to implement it. And the people went to court and they won in our justice system. That's why the law is being implemented. But look, given the controversies, given the fact that this particular concession agreement is not in the interest of Liberia, I think the president of the Republic of Liberia can use his bulletproof it to put this to stop, suspend it, and get to the bottom of this. I think people are involved here. There's some crime. There's some shitty deals that are happening with this LTMI or concession agreement. And how will you do an agreement that you say you can only get an insurance from one insurance provider? That's corruption. So this is corruption at the highest level of government, and this government needs to pursue this case and bring it to rest, suspend this concession agreement, let the people continue their work, and find a way to punish the people who are behind this, who doctor or who figured this deal and who passed this shitty agreement. thinking that it was in favor of Liberia.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show before we bring in the councillor. Yesterday letter, October 30th, 2017. I think I put this in the chat room. If not help me, I would do so, but it's here. They were making an inquiry, right? Let me put it in the chat room. I want you guys to see it, but folks, take the picture and let's discuss this. Someone were asking, who authorized Gregory Coleman? My sources informing me, based on this inquiry, based on this letter, the Justice Minister authorized Gregory Coleman to sign on driver lesson. I just put it in the chat room. On 25th, 2016, during Madam Salih's time, you addressed a communication to the Minister of Justice, reference blank, 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 in which you requesting for a legal opinion on the critical issue of which government functionary has the mandate to issue driver lesson, vehicle lesson, conduct vehicle registration and inspection. Accordingly, I am forwarding to you on the cover of this letter the legal opinion as requested. Please do not hesitate to contact me if you need any clarification. There you have it, guys. Let me zoom in. There you have it. Based on this letter, I'm going to share the rest of them, see all the legal opinion. But what somebody authorized the Liberia National Police to do this based on this letter and what we are hearing. Counselor, you're the legal man, and help me. If you read this thing, I will put the rest of them there. They are making some argument that Gregory was authorized legally.
For me, I've not seen the opinion, so I can speak to the authorization. But I just want to ask a question before we go further. Have you seen the LMT's agreement? Because all the one that we've seen, I don't know which page that deals with vehicle registration, license plate issuance, and opening of offices, says that that particular authority remains with the Ministry of Transport. So I have not seen that page of the LMT's agreement that says otherwise. So that's why I don't know why you have the page of the LMT's agreement. Because I was reminded today.
I'll send that to you on page 2.
Just put it in the chat room. It's in the chat room. Yeah, you will check it out later when you finish speaking.
I was reminded today. I think I told you one time that I was in that case when you went to the civil law court. And as the opinion was being read the other day, I begin to recall what the issues were. This letter that was written by President Weah submitting the law was a very I don't know where you have that communication. I don't have it. Was a very controversial letter. That was the letter that sparked most of the arguments. And it seemed as though, because in the communication that came from the president, it is clear that these services are going to be handled by LMT or LMT. I will name their call. It's clear in the letter. So as I think when the concession went to the legislature, I think they tried to make some recommendation for a change. I think that's where the controversy came up, and they did not pass the concession as per the letter that the president wrote. So the concession that which the LMT were raising issue on the letter that the president signed and forward the bill, and in the letter it says all those services will be implemented by LMT. Now, I think at the legislature there was a different argument, and I think that's where the change may have occurred. So the guys pushed and said that the concession agreement that was sent, the legislature didn't have any authority to change anything in it. If they had any problem, they should have sent it back. You understand it, for the president to renegotiate or so. So they stick to the one that was sent to the legislature. So that's how they went to court on specific performance. And we argued then that no, you cannot come for specific performance in this court. You have to go for arbitration, because the law says any dispute, you must go for arbitration. That's why they dismissed the case. Now there's a letter from CFOS. There's a letter also from CFOS. and from Councillor Sifos, then Solicitor General, informing the parties that there have been a stipulation withdrawing the appeal. And so they wrote LMDC, I think LMDC also, the Joint Robotics Company, to say that the government was prepared to proceed with the implementation. That implementation they're talking about was the LMDC's or contract. Now, before I close, you have two contracts. You have the concession, and then you have the agreement that was signed with LMDC that did not go for ratification because I think it's below 10 years. What do? The concession agreement obviously should take precedent. But how do you proceed legally for the concession agreement to take precedent? It's not just to say what is not legal or what is not legally done, and it is not right at all. No, it is for you to move to the court to cancel. So the government need to move to the court to cancel the second agreement that was signed by NMDC on these grounds that it was violating a concession agreement, because the concession agreement becomes a law because it came to the act of the legislature. Yeah. So go and cancel the agreement with NMDC or so, and then proceed with the current concession agreement as it is, if they want to continue that way. But those are some of the historical things I remember.
Bill, thank you very much, Councillor. It's good to have you. Uncle Sam.
Look, anytime you see a government willing to sacrifice its popularity and to see the kind of disturbance that's going on, and it's going on for a significant amount of time, it means there's a significant amount of money has changed hands or about to change hands. Why would this government that came on that was elected based upon what they claim to be a rescue, and that which means that they came to right the wrongs, right, in terms of the corruption and the bad deeds that were made? Why they're sacrificing the integrity on this one issue? Why is Joseph Boyka seeing the streets of Warren Street there crowded with people every day, and he's not taking anything? So there was significant amount of money that's been made or will be made. Now let's look at the general principle. Okay, all of your agreements, you're giving to Lebanese, you're giving to foreigners. You don't like to get rich yourself? CTN, Aminata, she ain't got no special software or hardware or anything. Just as CDC, we're getting a little bit, but we're getting 30%. That's not an excuse to make your people poor and you make a foreigner rich. Aminata, what did she get that's something I get from LU? Who graduated from LU in the 90s or the 2000s? Can put a company together and make that money there, and that money still right in Liberia. That money going to Sierra Leone. What is AUG, a foreign insurance company, a Lebanese? You're going to give him all of that money for what purpose, my people? For what purpose? Tell me, there is something innately wrong with the brain stem of Liberian people that continue to do stupid things like to enrich foreigners, and you lose political capital. You did it with El Nito. You did it with the 66 other 68 concession agreements. You're doing it again. You repeat. You came to rescue Liberia from this thing, President Boyka. Who is AUG? And what kind of, even if Jawia signed it, so what? If Jawia signed CTN, so what? People move Jawia from there to say, Jawia go, Jawia, and Jawia gone. Because you said all of these things are bad. That is what's singing for you to go over something that you can easily manage to spoil your reputation. How much money, Papa Boyka, that you're getting? That you cannot stand it, that your integrity, your legacy, when you die and they lay you 6 feet, your name, Joe Boyka, will be associated with this kind of thing, your LTMI, MedTech, and CTN, your good reputation that you have protected for those 40 years, you will be known as part of the corrupt cabal. Why are you doing this to yourself? I beg you, man. This is just to enrich foreigners, and we get little peanuts to buy girlfriend car, to send girlfriend to Ghana, and do the kind of stupid thing that we can do. That's all this is all about. It makes no sense.
Okay, guys, we're going to hear Dr. Poplar, but we got to try to reconnect with Facebook. We just went off. We just went off of Facebook. Well, let's reconnect. But we're on YouTube, I believe. Let's reconnect with Facebook. Dr. Poplar, while we're doing this, let's talk, please.
Thank you, CEO, and good to be on tonight. Good evening to all my friends, those who watch, those who listen. Thank you for being a part of something important. I want to take a step back and let's just ask some qualifying questions. One, what is being offered here? What good or service being offered that Liberians can offer? License, registration, insurance. The last time I checked, Liberians can do all these things. Two, what's in it for the Republic when we lose an opportunity to create more jobs and we transfer ownership? Remember, you asked a question a few days ago, CEO, about dependent versus independent. We lose the opportunity to create jobs. You transfer something important to non-Liberians. Remember, driver's license, license plates, all those things, they have national security implications because you have people's information. We can create license plates in 15 counties. It's one of the easiest things to do. Ink, zinc, embossment. Driver's license should be issued in the counties also. It will help us when it comes time to vote because we'll put people in different localities and we'll minimize this busing people from one county to the other just to go and vote. But most importantly, it will create jobs for Liberians. And you take that and you give it to a non-Liberian, the entire exercise can be handled by the Republic, and it should be. The Ministry of Transport is the appropriate government agency to deal with these things. Not even the National Police. The National Police enforces things. They stop me and say, "Well, my driver's license." The other agency issue it, they can check for it, they can enforce, they can write me tickets. So we have an agency that can do that. So why are we giving it to other people? But I want us to ask some deeper questions here tonight. Do you know any Liberian that have a business in Lebanon? I know none. In fact, I talked to a Lebanese, and she said, when you go there, you from Liberia, it's time for us to run smart government and demand commercial and economic reciprocity. We're starting to look bad at our age. We're starting to look really bad. That people can just come here. They already know the power of their dollars and they think we are cheap. They can just go to some of the powerful friends and they can take over just about any part of our economy, even the one that has to do with national security. This is a bad deal. I don't care how you look at it. And this one needs rescue. And I pray that President JMB will rescue this one. We have to reverse this. We have to stop this. This cannot go forward. It's actually shameful. We can produce our own life. And here's the other piece. You're going to force me to get my insurance from one company? That's against my right. This is supposed to be a free market. Don't tell me I got to go get my insurance from here. I want to get it from the place I get it from. So this whole thing is bad. So this one, there's a precedent. I beg you. I hold you foot. You got to rescue this one. We just exit and we'll go back to the drawing board. Let the Ministry of Transport do its job. Thank you, Stanton. All right, so
something else. Yeah, you want to pass on to somebody else?
Yeah, the CEO.
I
Okay,
think
go. You muted, CEO. You muted. You muted. We can't
Yeah.
hear you. Okay.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, James.
Well,
all right. So look, let's keep moving while I see you work on this Facebook thing. I think VP, you next, right?
Yeah. So it's really good to to be back, and let me just support the statement made by Paul Kennedy. When laws are made, yeah, you are good now. When laws are made, they go into effect for implementation. I think our cry should not be directed to the police director. He's a subject of instruction. He reports directly to the Minister of Justice. So the Minister of Justice, who is a signatory on our contract, or who should have informed the president that this is a bad deal, and the Minister of Justice gives approval to say this contract must go into effect, and the police director reports to the Minister of Justice, what do you expect? Expect the man to lose a job? And somebody is saying, but why Sally Tyler is not talking? The law emanated from the executive. And you as a subject presidential appointee, if you put your foot in our court, it means you have challenged the legitimacy of the presidency. They will fire you. Our cry should go directly to the House of Representatives or the Senate, wherever this law emanated from, or was approved or concurred. You see, in serial-minded countries, these people will not be on the street. You will see seasoned politicians, legislators, without waiting for them to come on the street, they will summon the LMTR and people from the executive to appear before plenary and explain why they willfully and deliberately decided to usurp the function of the Minister of Justice. In some areas, they will send you to jail. But here, we elect people based on stomach infrastructure. So these people will sit there, they do nothing. You can't go to the court. It has become a law, it's passed. The only person that can save you now is the president. Yes, I want to agree with people who said that let's assume that this law was passed. And at the end of the day, it is saying that it's not in the interest of the people. It's the office of the president that has the right now to recall or maybe talk to members of his cabinet, maybe to say, look, you know what, we want to put a pause to this. We want to rethink our decision or the decision of the past and move ahead. So I don't want people, especially our members at the national legislature, our parliamentarians, they sit there, many of their people are suffering. You know, I expected by this time, district number 8 lawmaker, district number 7, where that ministry is, and critical voices to be vocal. But this time, these people should not be passing around. Somebody talking about security risks. They print our money. It's in Lebanon. Print our passport, foreign country. Bringing our ballot paper, different country. So this whole country, I don't know what really makes us Liberians. So my advice to people who are protesting, I want you to storm the Capitol building from office to office, because these people are your direct representative. If they decide and say today, this law will not go into effect, it will start. If the president also decide to say, as of today, we don't want this law to be implemented, it will also stop. Going to the court will not help. Jumping around, it will not help. You got to be strategic. You have to work strategically. You have to work smart. No amount of crowd will help. The minister will not talk. He try, it will fire him. Grandpa refused to sign that document, he will lose a job. because it will be a gross insubordination. The Minister of Justice that you report to, the man say sign, you say you can't sign, you lost your job. So it's only the president and the national legislature can save our people. But if you put pressure on the lawmakers, they can invite the executive to come and explain, and that way we'll find a better solution. Thank you, CEO.
No, thank you very much for that. Sorry that we went off. Again, we are back on Facebook with Spoon Network, Spoon FM. Mami, let's hear you, man. This is troubling from the people's end. Mami.
We will address the people's end. People's concern about jobs are legitimate concerns. We've heard, not confirmed, that the Traffic Management Agency have said they are absorbing, I think, X percentage of people who are already working. So there will be a minimum job loss. But the concerns are legitimate. What I will try to do on this show, like I can say, I mean,
Mami, let me ask you a question. I'd like to pick on you because, you know, you and myself talk to the same individual. Who from LTM said they have absorbed most of the people? Why are they not speaking? Now, understand me though. Everybody beat John Gregory Coleman because he seemed to be the spokesperson for them. He signed it on the document. But the folks themselves, LTMI, why are they not speaking and why are they not telling us who they have absorbed and their game plan?
I don't know about LTM. I said we have heard and not confirmed that LTM, as part of their negotiation with the government, said during the transitional period, they will take certain number of employees to be able to do the job because they need them. That's what they said. But there are public records of LTM before the Senate explaining how the transition will work. So what I want to do here is, this case should not be one of the cases that will end in noise. And the reason why we find it difficult to solve problem is we're failing to identify the problem. We want to gloss over the problem and just shout at President Bouaka. Say, President Bouaka, you come to rescue. And let me say this to President Bouaka and the rescue people. Do not be intimidated by people telling you came to rescue. Don't. You rescue the country. What you are doing now is not rescue. You are in the recovery process. Our country will rescue. We done with rescue. We are trying to recover and revive the country. We're not in rescue discussion. Rescue was done during the election. We saved the country. We brought the country back on the hospital bed. We are in the process of recovery and revival. We're not in rescue. So let's go to the issue. The Senate, the Liberian Senate, we're jumping over all these things. Dillon, who you listen to, was saying, let's read the president and tell the president to pause. The Liberian Senate, and there's a recording. I will put that audio up, that video up after the show. Senator Dillon and the Liberian Senate review this concession and all the complaints, and they wrote to President Bouaka, instructing him to proceed, because based on the records of the Senate and the legislature, they confirm that LMTI or whatever you call them have legitimate concession.
They don't his own voice recording he wrote. That's what you're saying.
Dillon is on. I'll play Dillon voice recording, but this is what I'm talking now. This specific one I just said. It is the letter from the Liberian Senate. It was dated December 17, 2024. Correct. They said after our investigation of all records, we can confirm that the company has a legitimate concession with the government of Liberia, and therefore President Bouaka should proceed with implementation. That's the Senate. Besides the Senate, the concession itself, signed by President Weah, is a binding law on the country. And Uncle Sam Jackson and other people want to play on the intelligence of Liberians and say, just cancel it. You can't rescue it in your hand. That is not how concessions are canceled. You don't be misleading the country into chaos. Uncle Sam, you're too educated for that. Do not lead the country into chaos. Concession agreement is signed, is binding on the country. The way to reverse it are in the concession. This is how this concession can be terminated. These are the provisions. So let's stick to that. Let's first establish in the discussion that we have a law that is binding on the country, and we discuss on how we can proceed to review some of the terms and conditions, and in accordance with the law, what can we do? But we can't raise the argument.
So, Mame, let me ask you a question. Based on your position, oh, go ahead, finish your 30 seconds.
So we cannot raise the argument. We don't have a concession. President Baka, you come to rescue this. How do you proceed when you have a law that is binding on the country? The Senate review it, the Senate confirm. The Supreme Court of recent ruling lifted the prohibition that John Uboti filed on the company at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled that they can proceed. It is based on that the Justice Minister wrote the police director and the Ministry of Transport to proceed. So there is a problem here that we need to solve, that just shouting President Baka rescue will not solve the problem.
Mame, Ambula, Mame, a couple of things I just want us to be straight. I know everybody will have the time. Ambula, you said we finished with rescuing, right? There's no more rescuing. We're done with rescuing. Yeah, we're not in the ICU no more.
No.
We're just waiting now for the doctor to discharge us.
No, not for the doctor to discharge.
Oh, we're not on discharge no more? Okay.
Want to get well and leave.
Okay, so we're there for 14 days. Sure. We get ready, we go home. Okay, so our parents bring out fufu and soup. Mama, stop. Let me ask you the next question. You said maybe in the concession they've created something in there to absorb the staff, though. The people are saying there's nothing. You cannot show anything that LTMI would take Ministry of Transport employee. There's nothing there. The third thing here is that Mame, hey, listen, President Boaga is saying he shouldn't listen to folks. Oh, Mame gone. I'm trying to listen to him, but Mame gone. Let's see if he will come back. Akaris, let's come to you. We got to close up on this. It's very important. But before we do that, let me bring up Akaris Way. I beg you. I won't play the video again of the people on the street. Mame was telling them, you got no case. Yes, indeed, we got a recording, the letter that was sent. Everybody can make their argument. But you listen to Mame. We passed rescue. Mame and the group passed rescue. Don't talk to him about rescue. Look at these folks and tell me whether you think we passed rescue.
No police. Yes, sir. And now we are coming up to focus on totally more Baba in the power. So, unfortunately, I am even a person.
You sure we passed rescue? Are you sure we passed rescue? People almost want 1,000 of them saying that they got nowhere to go, they are losing the job. Are you sure we passed rescue when the people saying that this agreement, whether they don't, they can sign up to it, send a recommendation to the president to keep it? I mean, something is seriously happening here. You said nobody should listen, we passed rescue, the country is on course. I will give you the chance to be clear again, but let's bring in my car screen.
No, but let me be clear, 30 seconds.
No, but listen to the others, and maybe you have a good information. Let's bring in a carry screen.
Stano, you see, it's very important that we put this into context. And I listen to Tama, and I sharply disagree with him. Tama, there's a communication that Stano put up by the late Councillor Frederick Trill on October 25th, 2016, as Minister of Justice. He provided an opinion, but we have not seen the opinion, but this communication that started on the first communication, that the police has that authority to do whatsoever they're supposed to do. He provided that opinion. That opinion, this communication is predicated upon LMTI. I'm saying there was a D on the area. Let's be real here. and stop beating around the bush. And to confirm, when the guy spoke, the head of LMTI, when he spoke, he said something very important, LTMI. He said something when he spoke during the public hearing that Mame referenced that they don't ask a question. Sir Joseph was the chairman on transport under this administration. He said they had an agreement under Early, but there was a reverse send under President Weah to the legislature. He said that clearly. He also said they were in court. And they're not asking a question, have you withdrawn this? They said they asked the lawyer to withdraw it, but up to the time of this government, they have not withdrawn it yet because they wanted to withdraw it and then proceed. Why do I say this? President Baka was Vice President of the Republic of Liberia when this agreement first came into existence. We got to be real with ourselves. And it comes from the horse's mouth in that interview that Mame referencing. So there's not a strange agreement that came under President Weah. It was a reverse. Legislatively, for someone to sit on the show and say because the president sent a communication to the legislature does not have authority. Lafayette Gould said something very important because himself I worked with the legislature. He said something good, very important. When that document came to the legislature did not take out the function of the Ministry of Transport. The legislature maintained the function of the Ministry of Transport in that document, a document as chairman on the executive that I'm fully cognizant of. That's the document. Mama, you can suck your teeth and fall down tonight. We're talking from an informed source. We go to court and say, I can't create that how we need. That is the one for you because we're reading. That's something that I chairman on executive I know about. Now, when that document was ratified by the legislature, these guys were insisting that they still wanted those functions and the functions were not given. That one made them dormant because we are. That one made them dormant in our early Johnson because they did not have that authority. They ran to court and Mr. You both the MDMC flogged them in court. That public record in the civil law court. Then they ran to the Supreme Court.
Okay, but we got to go. Because we gotta leave, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Stanton, in conclusion, is absurdity and misinformation to claim that because a president wrote a communication submitting a concession is the final document. The legislature has to ratify and the president has to sign finally. That's the procedure.
All right, that's what you read. Let's play what the Minister of Transport said. We'll come to you, Dr. Beauplan. I want to play what Transport Minister said.
The Minister of Transport, wait, Stanton, 1 minute before you play. When he was called, he said the authority, this current Transport Minister under President Boycott, when he was called, was called that public hearing. He said the authority that these guys are claiming, the LTMI that they are claiming or clinching onto, that authority was not given to them in original concession.
Let's hold you right there. We got to play what the minister said in his own voice.
Yes.
And my research was on the Liberia traffic management. But before then, I got a call from the Justice Minister on October 14th. No, before October 13th, rather. The Justice Minister invited me to his office. When I went there, I saw two gentlemen in his office in the waiting room. When I got in there, he spoke to me about a concession being with the Liberia Traffic Management, LMTI. And I clearly elucidated to him the Transport Ministry stance on that. The morning of October 14th, he called me and said that he was going to cancel the contract at Transport Ministry and it will be awarded to the laboratory. On October 25th, that was dated October 13th. So I said, well, if the letter is dated on the 25th and you spoke to me on the 14th, that means decisions have already been made. But when I read the letter, in the letter, it says that the government of Liberia has made a decision for the implementation of a concession agreement. And that beats me. What I said was, I said to myself, well, I am the sector minister at the Ministry of Transport. As per the 1987 Act, I'm responsible for policy and regulation for all modes of transportation in the country: land, air, sea, water, you name it. How can we as a government be making a decision I am sitting as the sector head I know nothing about? I was not talked to, I was not briefed about, or even my inputs wasn't on the table. And also I realized that if that instruction had come, the president would have instructed me to proceed and say, I have not received any instruction from my boss to do that.
This is huge.
Let me.
No, great way. This, Paul, you were talking about the transport minister. Everybody's saying why he's not speaking. This is big. They backdated from the 13th to the 25th. Somebody play with the date. My man, Vandela Patrick, Dr. Bople, is in the transport minister's own word. He is saying, somebody finger this thing. The government have made a decision outside of the advice of the transport minister. So we're going to take 30 seconds or 1 minute each on what you just heard from the transport minister. I can't grade 1 minute. I beg you cannot pass 1 minute. Everybody got to speak.
If you listen to the Minister of Transport keenly, he said the 1987 Act, which is the provision that we did not notify and we maintain in our contract, gives the authority to the Ministry of Transport. So if this government had come to power and they needed to have dealt with that contract that has that falsification of document within it, they should have consulted him, but they did not consult him. Secondly, this very Minister of Transport, when your body contract was canceled, they opened a bidding process for a new company to come and bid. There are two communications I can send to you.
Thank you very much. I want us to speak to the transport minister on word. Honorable Grace, thank you very much. Dr. Bople, we'll come to you, Uncle Sam. Let's go to Dr. Bople in his own word, the transport minister. He's back in the country from Angola, but this is an old playboy. He appeared before the Senate. Dr. Bople, talk to me.
So we heard what the man said, that his words are problematic. He is the sector head. And again, it goes to the observation I made. But I still want to bring us back to the organic question. Are these services needed to be outsourced to non-Liberian? The answer to me is no. Are we better off because we give 11 people? The answer is no. Are additional jobs being created? The answer is no. Are we safer because they're doing it? The answer is no. So we can reverse that. I hear what Mama is saying. Nobody says you should do it legally, but the legal means to actually rescind this. Donald Trump canceled a $1 billion plus contract with Iran. Mr. President, lawmakers, you represent the people. This does not make us better. It makes us weaker. They should not give the contract to the people. Use all means necessary legally and reverse it. This is bad for the country, period. That's my argument, CEO.
Dr. Bople, thank you very much. We'll go to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, you heard from the Transport Minister, Salif Talib.
Stanton, I send you a letter. Please keep it to pull it off for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Uncle Sam.
Somebody said, oh, Sam Jackson, you educated. I don't use my education like Liberia. Not the place you use your education. You use common sense. There's nothing in Liberia for me to use my education on. Nothing there. But the common sense that God gave me, that why I oppose El Nito, I oppose the bogus deals, and I oppose CTN, I oppose this LTMI. Common sense. There's nothing to analyze. It's bogus. It's against the national economic and security interests of the country. And here with the transport minister. The transport minister is live talking to you and say, I'm the sector head. The 1987 law gave me that. And then they bypassing him because it's crooked. They know it's crooked. But guess what? He will not push against it, because if he pushes against it, he will lose his job. But he already know the people within the Kujugumuku who are pushing this. This is strictly an effort to make money, either to finance a campaign or to make people just wealthy. And then you're talking about Hezbollah. I'm not saying AUG that part of Hezbollah. But that's what is seen in the street. They're seeing that in the street. Do you know the security implications of using Liberia to finance Hezbollah? Hezbollah, which is against American national security interests, and you still want to tell President Boca it's okay to go along with this because you want to prove a point, you want to win. You can't win everything. Sometimes you have to lose. Sometimes you have to give it because in the national interest. It is not about winning, but this government has always sought to win. MedTech, CTN, Western Cluster, removal of speaker, everything is to win. And as you move to win, guess what happens? You're alienating. You're alienating yourself from the people. Okay? 2029, that's 4 years from now. You will not even be 45. You will not even be 50 years old. What are you going to do after 2029 when they kick Joe Biden out of that seat there? What will you do to be 72 and 75 and live?
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam.
If you don't do the right thing now.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. We're going to make progress here. Let me bring in Tamba. We'll go to Paul Kennedy. Everybody, we'll come to you from there, please. Tamba, let's hear you your 1 minute on this one.
Yes, Stanton. I think you know the statement from Minister Tyler here just shows that one, he was not looped in and he was not consulted on the Justice Minister's opinion letter and advice to the president, even though he's a sector head for the Ministry of Transport. And I think given the fact that he's also a minister, right, this shows that there's something going on at the Justice Ministry because the president is acting and saying, well, since the Senate, the Liberian Senate has reaffirmed that this concession agreement is legit and LTMI has this concession agreement, we're going to proceed because of this opinion piece, right? Leaving the Minister of Transport completely. It's mind-boggling. There's no coordination there. But let me tell you, Mame did say that there's a way to get out of this concession agreement within the concession itself, but there's also a way to get out of a concession agreement that is not in the interest of a nation, Mame. It doesn't have to be in the concession itself. You can use sovereignty. Sovereignty, exerting greater control over your resources, but also security issues. So those are national security concerns that have been raised now. These people have been protesting now for weeks. And we know the national security implications in this concession agreement, wherein people's personal data is being managed by a third party. They're not even Liberian citizens. So there's a lot of, and then there's the fraud allegation that was made by Minister or Senator Magay, who was former Minister of State, Chief of Staff to former President Weah. So it shows that there's some fraud here in this concession agreement. And if I was the president, I will use this reason to put this concession on hold.
Thank you very much. A lot of trouble, a lot of things happening here. And
the Minister of Justice,
let me go ahead and let's listen to Oswald Toy while we get to the second group on this platform. Oswald Toy spoke. Let's listen to him.
It was signed into law by the president, regardless of the parties involved. Regardless of the party involved. And our law, except the law, have been changed. Implementation of anything under the motor vehicle law of this country is under the Ministry of Justice. That have been highlighted in separate opinion issued by, I think, two of my predecessors, not me. Two of my predecessors who uphold that. If anything to the contrary, I stand corrected. So again, I apologize that we hear the Minister of Transport, Minister of Justice, that we are local heads and working the same government thing. I don't think it should have come to this full. Why does it stand? A concession agreement is a concession agreement. I don't uphold our laws, but we don't uphold our laws. We should be a country of laws.
What the hell is he apologizing for? No. What the hell is the Justice Minister apologizing for? I gotta play it one more time, though. I'm sorry. No, don't go on a great way. Did I miss something? What the hell he apologized for? I mean, is he saying that, well, that's the law, that's the concession, or we made a mistake, or we changed the date, and every allegation that was made by Salif Tyler, he apologizing because they messed up. Now you have people taken to the street and saying that, well, this person must go, that person should go? Is this justice minister running the country by others' opinion? Did you hear what he said? It happened with his two other people that left, their opinion. What is a law and what is an opinion? How can we, Counselor, help us understand? Is he running the concession, the agreement, the law by his own opinion here, or the interpretation of the court? Or something happened, Counselor. That's why you went to the legal school for. Talk to me.
If the Counselor can, let
Well,
me help you.
Senator, anyway, I will speak to you about justice ministers of the country under the law can render opinion in a matter, and the president can decide to rely on the opinion of the justice minister and proceed. And if anyone has an issue with the opinion of the justice minister, they can challenge it, through the courts. So that's why the opinion of the justice minister is even codified in the law book. So the same way you have the precedent, the cases for the Supreme Court codified in our edit hour, our Liberian law reports, it's the same way justice ministers' opinions are codified. So the executive can use the opinion of the justice minister to execute whatever action. And if that action, if somebody feels injured and feels dissatisfied, they can challenge the opinion of the justice minister to the court, and the court will become, the court opinion will become the final. So the Minister of Justice was only giving reference to the fact that he have had a predecessor, predecessors had earlier rendered opinion in this particular matter, and they have said that the motor vehicles, or section under the Ministry of Justice is the one that should be the one responsible to issue driver licenses and license plates. That's all he was saying in that direction. And the apology, as I understand it, is that to have two ministers from one government coming in the open and disagreeing, like one throwing blame on the other. He said that he didn't expect that they will be at that stage that day, so he was apologizing for that on behalf of the executive, that you have two agents of the president disagreeing with each other before the Senate. So his apology was in that direction.
So if his opinion, my last question, then we'll go to the other guy. If his opinion, Counselor, thank you for that, is so binding, it means that his opinion have destroyed the case involving, and not you saying that, I'm saying that, all right, the ultra-virus case. His opinion brought serious problem in this country. He's not qualified to give any more opinion. And why is the president still listening to him? His opinion caused this thing that people are taking to the street today, because he believed that his opinion that LTMI should be awarded this thing, and people should lose their job. He always bringing up a bad opinion that is not in the interest of the people, and that's the problem we also 12. And I think that's the problem Jose Yima Bwaka is faced with, that he continued to deceive the president with his opinion, because this president will always want legal opinion, legal guidance. And based on those things, we are where we are today. Another one that is still coming up, when you have here and Bushibank Tapa, then that double trouble. But let me bring you in, Vandela Patrick, Fubi, Ambula Mami, and Paul will finish.
I thought you were bringing me in for the
No, my man, Fubi, my time. So I'm here taking question in my head. Having listened to the minister, having listened to the Minister of Transport, the sector head, you could see disappointment. You could see frustration. I mean, his physical morphology, while he was sitting there, he didn't speak well of the kind of coordination he expected to see from his ministerial colleagues. This man is telling you the statutory responsibility of the Minister of Transport, as per the act that created the Minister of Transport 1987, August 25th. Those responsibilities are given to a third party. That is not just an affront, it's an abuse of public bureaucracy. And it is happening under a man who is supposed to speak with legal ingredients to guide this president to make sound and informed decisions. Look, the only people that can save our brothers is the national legislature. And let all be clear here, in as much you want your president, cancel A, where it has reached. Because the justice minister was saying, look, it is the law we are under obligation to uphold. Telling members of the legislature indirectly, if you think that this is not right, review it and change everything that there. But when it becomes a law, the executive is there to execute. Interestingly, the matter went to court. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the LMTR people. It's almost like in the case of, this majority bloc, minority bloc. Supreme Court ruled, and everybody went back to status quo ante. We saw Speaker Rachel Kuhn resigning and contested. It means he honored the decision of the Supreme Court. In this case, all of you who are protesting, leave Gregory Como alone. Leave the Minister of Transport, he now cried. Leave the Justice Ministers, the Minister, leave JMB. Go to the national legislature. This is what the Senate or the House of Representatives can do.
Thank you very much.
Let me conclude on this. They can write the Minister of Justice and tell him your legal opinion to the president must be resigned, or else will declare you persona non grata or government boom. If you insist to remain in the employ of government, we will cut all budgetary allotment to your ministry and will be proceeding. I will see how you run a ministry with our money. The legislature has the authority to say, we just realized that the statutory responsibility of the Ministry of Transport was given to third party. It is a mistake. We can't do that.
Thank you.
That way we'll be proceeding.
Baby, thank you very much. Let's hear you.
I think we're being unfair to the Justice Minister and the Police Director. Very unfair. There is a Supreme Court ruling. There's a ruling. May 2025, on the 26th day of May 2025, Samba Siane Yu, Justice Kaba, Associate Justice Siane D. Clinton Johnson, a Supreme Court ruling authorizing the government to proceed. And somebody say you must go to legislature. And somebody say you must tell the Justice Minister, say, if you don't stop, we'll file vote of non-confidence in you. This is a Supreme Court ruling. Gentlemen, let's not put sentiment into this thing. Let's get to the point where we realize that we acquire a law on the country. The law has problem. The way to fix it is not to create sentiments and emotions. That's not the way to fix it. The people who created the law are the ones pretending as if there is no law. And you fall into that. Those who created the law are creating a scene as if there is no law. And the Supreme Court rule. And you say the Justice Minister should step aside and say he can't enforce it. But let's go to Stanton. Please put our letter up. The Transport Minister lied on the President.
So wait, Mommy, I will put a letter up. You said the Supreme Court signed and gave full right to LTMI?
LMDC took a complaint to the Supreme Court to put a prohibition on the enforcement of the LMDI contract. The Supreme Court ruled denying that prohibition. And that's the ruling I put in the chat room.
Okay, so
May 2025.
You said the Supreme Court gave right to LTMI.
I just said what I said. LMD.
You changing what you said. That's what I want to understand. Because what you said first, you said the Supreme Court ruled in favor of LTMI to carry out the functions.
LTMI did not carry case to the Supreme. The case I'm referring to was not taken to the Supreme Court by LTMI. Wait for me.
LTMI too went to the Supreme Court.
Wait. I will play the clip. Grace, stop interrupting. Go ahead, my man.
Yeah, so for me, Stanton, I don't like to be disrupted with my thoughts.
Great, don't disrupt the brother, please.
LMTI went to Supreme Court. LMTI reached a decision with the government and took their case off the Supreme Court or abandoned their case, whatever legal terminology they use. LMDC went to court and asked the Supreme Court to stop the government and traffic management from proceeding. The Supreme Court went through the case and ruled that LMDC, your complaint to stop this LMTI from proceeding will not be held. The lawyer can say cannot lie and deny them the opportunity or their appeal to prohibit the people from proceeding. That was in May 2025, a few months ago. That's the latest ruling in the case. I posted it in the chat room. But let's go to the transport minister because it's a topical issue. For me, the both of them sitting there, it was show of disorganization. That meeting supposed to have been held in a cabinet meeting with the president, not before the Senate. But he lied on the president to say the president did not inform him. Please pull out the letter. Let's read the president's letter to him.
Is this the letter?
I got it on my phone. I can read it. No, not that one. The one I sent to your phone.
But at this one you sent, man, you made a mistake.
No, not the one I sent.
Okay, hold on 1 minute.
I said that one, Stanton.
The one I sent,
okay.
The one I sent was written on January 20, 2025.
Okay.
The president wrote him.
Hold on, Mama. Just hold on. Mama, be talking about MDFI.
So the president wrote him. The president wrote him. I don't know what date he referring to, but there is a communication that the president wrote him informing him that the Senate has made a decision. The Senate decision is backed by the Justice Minister that there is a legitimate binding concession on the country. So therefore proceed. That communication was sent to him in January 2025.
So, but my thing is, I'm putting it up, Mama. 1 minute. Let me put it up.
So when you play an old recording, then it presents the picture to the public like this man knows nothing about this thing up to today, which is not the fact. Now,
which one was old?
But my man, he's speaking prior to the decision that was made. He's not arguing. He's speaking prior to the decision that was made. He's not saying that he wasn't informed, but prior to that decision, he said decision was already made. They're calling him to brief him, which is a ministerial disrespect.
So stand on.
No, wait, let me put Mama letter up. I beg you guys, let me put Mama letter up very quick, please. Just 1 minute. It's important I will read the letter because we got all the video from Salif Tyler here. And then we'll play the video. Mama, I beg you, just bear with me 1 minute. My computer.
Yeah, so to the concession, to the Liberian people, the concession was submitted. First, it was a PPP between Ellen and these people. When President Weah came, President Weah recalled that agreement. He recalled that agreement. And when there's a communication to that, we can publish it.
They record and cancel it.
They record, I didn't say they cancel it. There was a public-private partnership. They record it. After it was recorded, they agreed to pull it into a formal concession. That concession was sent to the legislature and passed. I can't miss that. I will come to that letter. This concession.
But you don't have enough time now. We gotta go, Mama.
Yeah, but I addressed the letter already. I'm closing now.
Okay, so we pass the letter. Okay, yeah, so the letter is
the letter there shows that the president informed the time we're referring to is different. So on the concession,
no,
I mean that was prior. I'm saying you play the video as if this man is not informed. I'm saying the video, what the conversation you're referring to was
no, but the video that was played, no, Mame, you making a mistake. The video that was played was the appearance in 2024. The letter was written after their appearance in 2024 before the Senate. So I don't want you to say he lied.
That's what I'm coming to.
He lied based on the letter.
Mama, yes, the letter January 20, 2025. The video was last year, 2024.
Right.
So which one say that he lied on the president, Mama?
Yeah. Please put the letter down, station.
Wait, guys. Let Mama speak. I beg you. Mama, how did he lie on the president?
I take back the statement to say he lied on the president. I take that back. But this is what I want to say. In 2024, the president had not made a decision because the president was waiting for the Senate investigation. Whoever told him the president made decision, I don't know where he got that from. The president's decision was official.
He said the justice minister. Did you listen to him? Should I play again?
I don't want to go back on this guy.
No. The reason I want to go back because we are speaking to the audience that you're speaking to as well. We got to be fair. He pointed to the justice minister. He went there. He met two other gentlemen at the justice ministry. They sat down to talk, and the man said the government have taken a decision. Who the government, the justice minister referring to? He said the government have taken a decision. Isn't it the president, Mohammed?
It's the president.
So therefore, he didn't lie because the president took a decision.
Correct.
Thank you.
So let's go to the concession.
Yes, sir. That a problem you come in after Mohammed. I beg you, I know you won't tell the second. Let Mohammed finish.
On will be left, man. No time will be left. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that a problem. On the concession, like the justice minister said, and we all see, the concession has problem. This problem, the way to solve it is not the way everybody's shouting. Akara wanted to push it under Ellen. Yes, there was an agreement between Ellen and this company. When President Weah came, he called for that agreement to be reviewed. It was reviewed, and he submitted a full concession to the legislature. There is no record Akara can show yet. The only record that is available, I challenge him to show a record that the concession presented by President Weah, the legislature made a decision to alter any provision. He can't show that. He will only say it in your mouth. However, there is a concession signed by President Weah that includes all these specific activities signed by President Weah, but they want to deny it and claim that there is no concession. And when we go in the next stage, I will tell you why it is not possible, Stanton.
Thank you, Mommy. And I think that's
quickly, one more time.
No, it's my time.
Other people have not spoken.
It's my time.
Thank you, back.
Let
me say something to you. When you watch on the show, we didn't miss you at all. Let me declare on that one. We didn't miss you, brother. Please.
It's my time. It's my time.
Thank
you. Stanton. I sent you a letter. I sent you a letter. Please check your WhatsApp. I sent you a letter from President Weah, and I sent you a copy of the page 12 of the contract I have. Please put them up, please.
But it will take time, though. So why put them up? Let go of that.
So in President,
Paul, do me a favor. Listen, I know you really want them, but let get that booklet 30 seconds. I will put them up. Then you'll come.
I was saying copy of the original contract so you can put that one up too.
No, the one is signed. The one is signed.
But I see a sign also stand up for your chat room. You see it, sir?
That's the
book. Man, nothing coming up now. No, your talk. You're putting the chat room. Nothing coming up.
That's the booklet. Are you speaking, sir?
Yeah, I'm waiting for my friends. Give me a minute. CEO, there's something that's noticeably missing in this whole conversation, this whole thing. Nobody from the government has come to tell the Liberian people why these particular services need to be outsourced to Liberian. If somebody said it, I missed it. I've been following it from way back. I hear one person justify why we needed to move this thing from transport, lose jobs, put Liberians on a job, and give it to our foreign friends. It's important. Nobody said that. A counselor would tell you that law is reason, and when the reason for a thing fails to exist, the law must also fail to exist. Inherent in our Constitution, it says of the people, for the people, by the people. If something goes against the interest of the people, we have a right to revisit. So this law for law's sake doesn't make sense. Go back and revisit so that you produce something better that put Liberians in a better place. Nothing about this put Liberians in a better place. So I'm sorry, we can't just talk law for law's sake.
Yeah, man, that's why I agree with you, Dr. Bobler. This is nonsense. I 100% agree with Dr. Bobla on this one. This is nonsense. We cannot fight this battle on the back of the Liberian people going back to be beggars. And Mama said, we finish with rescue. That's some serious thing Mama said. Who suffer all of this thing? Who actually suffering? Paul, I'm not putting a document up. I don't think we pass it, Paul. Let's your own. No, nothing serious yet. I agree with that book plan. Nothing serious yet.
Okay, so
I mean, it's not helping the Liberian people, man.
You refusing to put my document out. Let me speak off note. I Stanton, our educational system have failed because we have the Ministry of Education sitting on Broad Street, running schools in 93 districts across the country. They are paying teachers. They have volunteer teachers that they don't even know. They have teachers on the payroll that they cannot.
No education now. We finished with the LTM.
No, let me tell you why the LTM is a good law. You gotta let me. You see, the way we went to school to learn, you can't just take things and put it.
But you must say when the white son together, man. Don't tell me about why to school to learn about.
You gotta learn premises. So LTMI is actually a good law. It decentralizes some of the functionalities from the Ministry of Transport to a private entity. Listen, Ministry of Transport should not be printing lesson plates. Ministry of Transport should be busy with thinking, how do they bring ferry to run the waterways in Monrovia to decongest the traffic in Monrovia? I've made a proposal, I've sent it to them on that. They should bring ferry that runs from St. Paul River to Do River to Monterado River and going all the way to Staunton Creek, going through Kesali Boulevard, SKD Boulevard, and coming through Peace Island and coming to Monrovia to decongest the traffic. They should be thinking that.
Then you will take that. You will take that from there and get an LTMI again. No, you will take it from there and get an LTMI again.
Let me finish.
You're not finished. The people are listening to you.
Let me talk my own. The Ministry of Transport should be thinking on how they can bring Air Liberia to run counter in ECOWAS. They should be thinking that. They should not be fighting with license plates and issuance of driver license. When you give jobs to the third party, you relieve the burden of the payroll from the government. Government does not have money. They are struggling to pay. Then you got a
how much LTMI is raising in 25 years? No. You said government does not have money. How much will LTMI be raising in 25 years?
People are investing.
How much? Don't tell me about the investment. Answer my question. How much will LTMI be? No. Stop that crap everything, man. Stop that crap everything. Stop that crap everything. How much will LTMI be generated in 25 years? Can anybody tell me how much they will generate in 25 years? $40 million. How much are we generating through Ministry of Transport a year? $9 to $11 million. Paul, are you kidding me? That we must celebrate giving away jobs, giving away our resources? And you want us to believe that people in Babalu will accept that? Babalu will not accept it, because you know why? For 25 years, you'll be giving them peanuts, and they can make their own money by producing themselves. What we can empower the Ministry of Transport, what we can bring in the resources, what we can say in 4 years, we'll get money to do all these things LTMI want to do. Empower more Liberians, enrich more Liberians. And you're saying that when we talk about bringing plane in the country, you supported Jawea. You told him to bring plane. He brought you cake. You ate it. And you're telling us that we shouldn't fight? That's the reason why we rescue Paul. Baba, go eat some cake and get some sugar problem, man. No, my brother Paul Kennedy. Finish now.
So can I finish my point now?
Yeah. Paul,
you just come from talking, then you said
I'm talking from
that part will move from one place here.
We gotta go to MCC, folks. We gotta go to MCC.
So first of all, the argument that giving employment or giving the contract to LTMI is taking job from away from Liberia is a false argument. How many Lebanese people are going to be sitting down there working? If you got 300 employees, you're going to have at least 250 of those employees who are Liberians. And somebody here want to make me to think that when you outsource to a company, then you take job away from Liberians, that Lebanese, that Burkina Faso they're going to bring to LTMI to work there. You gotta come get to your common logic. You not take sentiment out of this and talk the reality. The Liberians will have a job at LTMI, and I think the job will be done. You go and ask Salih Tala, why is he not talking? Salih Tala knows the thing. He should be talking. And for us to be
just told you that he went to talk and they say
because even George Weah, who signed the first law, did not include the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Paul.
They saw them
well, you know, we don't look at people's cell phone picture, my man.
Yeah, but I said it, you're not putting it up. Let's go,
Dr. Fumi.
Finally, there are two laws in that country. The Liberian government, through the Senate, ratified a law. They need to tell us which one of the law they ratified.
I'm telling you the law ratified now.
Dr. Fumi, go ahead.
You are not a senator. You are not a senator.
We got to respect each other. Fumi got to speak.
You need to respect me.
Fumi got to speak, guys. Fumi got to speak.
So we just spoke on LPRC bringing petroleum, and Paul was saying they should file Liberian to get a contract to. Now he's saying transport ministry to be bringing in ferry. You know, it's so funny. So we should stop that kind of stuff. Let's focus on the real issue. You know you guys are Lebanese lane. We cannot be empowering a Lebanese company with the government function. We should stop that. You know, we can't be saying we're done with rescuing because the election. Rescuing is not only about removing Jawia from office. It's beyond that. It's about all the many issues that we have to fix. These issues that we criticize, we have to address them. We gotta be serious about those things. We can't be complacent because we finish rescuing. And you know, there are a lot of things that we have to deal with. We got to be frank with the government. If there's a bad legislation that was passed by we are the same way when there are good things and institution claim we are project. Now that it's bad, then the you people that is in the shaping the we are started. We should stop that. Let's face the issue.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's wrong. It's good. It's good. You know, we can't play when we think it's in our favor. Liberia should be a serious country. And the only reason why our government is in place is to serve the people. When you meet up bad legislation that does not favor the people, you can't be bent on, we must implement it because of law. We are under obligation to disobey evil laws. We are under the obligation. It's a moral right for every citizen. When the law is not good, we are under obligation to disobey. So when people are protesting that this thing is not working for us, we must be serious and listen. We can't say because we met it there and the Senate ratified. The senators are not gods. They are subject to error. They are subject to taking bribe to assess more these things. So when they ratify something that will put money in their pocket that will affect us, we must speak against it. We can't say, "Oh, we okay with it because the president is a law." No. Evil laws must be objected to by the citizen. That's why we protest. That's why provision of the law to protest. Because there will be times that the government will pass wrong legislation and citizens must stand up and say, "No, this one is not in our favor." That's the fourth and most powerful branch, the people. The three branches can do all they can do. But when the people rise up, Article 1, all power is inherent in the people. We must not forget about that as citizens, as leaders. Every time we want to do, we got to take the very first article and read it. All power is inherent in the people. All free government are controlled by the authority, and they have the right to alter and reform the scene when they happen and safety so required. We got to understand that. And stop playing politics because it's convenient for us. We got to understand that. Thank you.
No, Paul, listen, Phoebe, thank you very much. On a serious note, I really do appreciate you. We're going to close up with Tamba and Asido, then we'll run into the MCC news that was spreading on social media. we also got to speak about what President Barker said, the inflation in the country is so hard. You spoke already, Councillor. Let's go to Tamba, and after that we'll close on this. I mean, in your time of MCC, you can flip and talk about this, that's okay.
You
Tamba,
asked me a question, I just answered the question. Then you say I spoke already.
yeah, but
Everybody,
now you're speaking. Now
No,
you're
quick
speaking.
information.
Wait, guys.
Hello, gentlemen.
You spoke already, Tamba. Thank you. Asado, I know you came late because you're working. We'll consider you, but go ahead, fix this thing up. Talk to us, Isaac.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Benny put in behind me whole day. But hi to everyone. So let's step back first and understand why we are here. The simple reason why we are here is that Liberians are protesting their jobs being taken away from them. Not just Liberians, but Unity Party voters that made President Boakai president. Those that stood in the line, many of them walked long distances. They were in the rain. Their jobs have been taken away from them. And then the question comes, in the interest of who? A foreign firm. What does the government benefit? Less than what the people were bringing in. This is the central reason why we are discussing this. Because we care for the people of Liberia that much. Instead of taking jobs from the people, we should be giving them jobs. And then we come to ask ourselves, how did we get here? I know one of our colleagues brought a ruling that we're just talking in the back. Apparently, our colleague did not understand what the ruling meant. Or, if someone else called him to give me information and then he came to talk about it. But I encourage the colleagues and everyone to kind of take your time. It should be 2 minutes read. Read through it, then you will understand what that ruling was for. So, when this government came into power, they asked LTM to proceed with what they shouldn't be doing, driver's license and everything. That's how MCMC said, but no, government, they shouldn't be doing this. I had this contract with the Ministry of Transport, so they took them to court for a writ of prohibition, asking the court to stop the government from proceeding. The letter General Gray posted in there, that was a letter of certification from people asking the court if indeed there exists a court case. And the court said, yes. Somebody can put it up. It was in 2024. George Weah was president in 2023. So it wouldn't have been George Weah in 2024 to tell the court that the case still be the or withdraw the case. The court, the Supreme Court people, they say, yes, there still exists a case on our docket. Now, what is the ruling? The government went to the Supreme Court to argue that if you were to grant this writ of prohibition to these people,
to MDMC,
they will MDMC, that will be against government's authority to implement a law that exists. The Supreme Court disagreed. That's the ruling. 2 minutes to read on it. You don't need it. Plenty of book they talk about.
Thank you very much, guys. I want to say, I said thank you a lot. I said thank you. I think that was clear. I wanted to play the video, but I'm not playing it because you explained it well. Let's go ahead now. In your time, you can talk about anything, but I want to bring the MCC discussion. Are we having $500 million? What was the celebration about? People going around and saying, yeah, we are eligible. Is this eligibility? Is that something new today? We talked about eligibility December 2024. But why were we celebrating? Oh, are we opening a new channel here now? Are we back on the table for discussion? Did you listen to Gaffwan, the finance minister? Did Gaffwan calm the storm? Because people were saying we're getting 500 million. Donald Trump have signed on 500 million package for Liberia. How I wish that this government get 500 million. Oh, I'm praying that we get 500 million. Because you know what? It will help in so many different aspects of our country. But are we getting 500 million? What just happened over the weekend? Is this still a cheap propaganda? I mean, who running the propaganda campaign for Unity Party? What just happened? So, guys, let's do 1 minute because I want us to squeeze the inflation conversation from the July 26th. So, Paul, you are the MCC guy, Uncle Sam left, but you are the guy, you follow this MCC thing religiously. What is the story here? How did we come out with another celebration of 500 million? That big news, great news. What actually people are talking about, Paul?
Senator, I have no idea why we came back to re-emphasize on something the country already knew. The news is that on December of 2024, Liberia qualified and the MCC board wrote the government to say, look, you are eligible to the compact development process and you are qualified. So we will continue to engage you until we set that process in place. I sent you a private chat between me and one of my colleagues today. Please don't exhibit it, but I just spread it around for you to see it. In fact, what I'm hearing today is that although Liberia is eligible, but Liberia in a country called Albania were put on hold and their case were taken out of the file and sent back for a review. That's what I heard today from my friend at MCC. That is the story I heard today. And I was in a conversation, I was like, wow, that cannot be true. He said, Paul, Trump put a hold on MCC operation because he thought MCC was a waste. So they went back and put a hold, and they've been reviewing all of the package, all of the offer award, all of the arrangement. Liberia has not reached the offered area yet. Liberia is eligible. In fact, I thought there was going to be no more scrutiny on Liberia and that the board was just going to offer, Liberia after they've put the country team together, after they've established the arrangement. But so I really don't know why we had the conversation today again, because as far as it's concerned, the board not even meeting until August. When the board meets, the board will review Liberia's eligibility and say, listen, we are in this process, continue. And
so Paul, hold on 1 minute. I want you to be on the standby here. I thought they are reviewing to talk about the amount they will give us. Are they reviewing to put us back on eligibility again?
For some reason, best known to President Trump, which is actually not normal. Liberia and Albania got pulled off.
That two countries,
There were 9 countries. 4 of them got pulled off, but the 2 that were close to is Liberia and Albania in the eligibility process. And then on the other hand of the offer, there were 5 countries in the category with Sierra Leone. Those people are going to get their money. The only reason why they were delayed because there was a hold, there was a pause on MCC operation. When that pause gets lifted up.
So I understand that. Well, help me, I beg you, my man. You understand by. But my thing is that real quick, and we'll bring it down to booklet. August, I'm seeing the information. August is saying we got to look into Liberia again. We got to look in. My big thing is that I want to celebrate. Are they looking to see how much money we'll be getting out of the 500 million? Or are they looking again to see whether we are still qualified or whether we have mixed, whether there's some deficiency? And help me understand here. I mean, what are they looking for? Why are they reviewing again? Are we in trouble again? Did we make something?
And if you look at that chart, I asked that guy why.
I see what you're asking.
I asked him why is Liberia being reviewed when we are already eligible to continue with compact implementation. He said it's a Trump thing and they are reviewing it. But this is what, so let's consider that there is no review. Liberia is eligible, Liberia is moving forward. But to move forward, we have to do economic growth and constraint analysis in country.
That's why I said that today.
That's going to take a year or 2. When
so people made a mistake there. People made a mistake by celebrating just means that we are on a review.
No, the celebration only means that there was a pause on the process.
And they lifted the pause.
The pause is lifted and we're back on track. Now what if I would be celebrating, that's what I would be celebrating for.
Dr. Boblet?
Stanton, so today the news went this way. First, the headline said Liberia back on track with MCC, and Liberia is going to be awarded something. Then they do all the headlines. That's the major news now, 7 o'clock. Then they break it down to the details. Minister Gaffron came on. I appreciate it. He was very measured. And so he said, and I think he chose the word carefully. He said the board is going to meet and they are going to consider. He said Liberia is eligibility happens and go, but they are going to consider. They're going to consider. And he even added, we are hopeful. So nobody should just jump to the conclusion that it's a done deal. They're going to consider us hopeful. I, too, hope that we get everything $500 million plus. We need it, but we should manage our expectation and we should not mislead people. They are going to consider, the board is going to consider when the board meet, okay? Liberia will be under consideration, and we hope that that can help us get to the next best place where we can benefit from MCC funds. I think that's all factually that we can say. All the other things are just speculation.
Thank you very much. Vandela, what are you hearing in Liberia, up and down, walking down the street like Lucifer, seeking who you may devour? What are you hearing? I mean, that the power reference, I mean, that the power quotation.
So, when elected in December 2024, everyone celebrated. 500 million is not small money. And as a Liberian, patriotic Liberian, I celebrated. But then we heard that there was a freeze on the MCC stuff, and we got worried. But then in January of 2025, a two-man delegation from the MCC, that is the Millennium Challenge Compact, they visited Liberia for technical working visit to begin the preparation for, the new contract, or compact. This visit was necessary for the recruitment of staff. I think many of you saw the job advertisement, on e-motion, looking for project coordinator, But as it stands, there were conditions. You remember the UN embassy gave a disclaimer that not because Liberia is selected, it means the 500 million is there just sitting. They will give it to us. No. There were conditions. One of them was rule of law. They have to assess. You qualify, but you have to work step by step to get this money. And we're on the right footing, and I still believe we're on the right footing. Because to see two-man delegation visiting Liberia to do an assessment with the Minister of Finance to set up, the team, recruit staff and everything, that was fine. If Liberia was not to get money, the two-member delegation would not have visited Liberia. What is happening now is that Liberia needs to make a compelling case how it is going to work to improve on its rule of law, democratic governance, the practice of democratic values and principles. These are things that Liberia needs to work on more. So when you listen to the finance minister, he, of course, professionally, you can be clear. Oh, the money is sitting. And making such a public confession that they are working to improve to make sure that this money will come, I think it's good. But I cannot guarantee, and we should not speculate that Liberia will not get money. For me, from the initial stage, to see delegation from MCC coming to Liberia, visiting us, it means there is progress.
Thank you, Vivi. Let me hold you right there, real quick, before somebody come in, right? So on December 12th, that brought us the 2024 report. We passed on rule of law. Today, the 25th, when the result came up, we failed on the rule of law for 2024-2025 report. You think we get into a bad territory here, VP?
So that's why critical voices like Oyena like to appreciate the orator. The national orator made it very clear to the president that opposition, you don't have to be in political parties. But when you disagree, maybe you get a different opinion to the government, we are not enemies. And these are things we have been talking about. You see, the issue of the capital billing, that was clearly an affront. That would have injured Liberia from getting 500 million on majority and minority block because the process was illegal. So for me, I cannot speak because I'm not in government. I can't tell you where are the indicators, but these people have people on the ground. They are investigating on a daily basis. They provide information to them. So Liberia needs to really design a strategy to improve on the issue of rule of law. Other than that, this money, we may not get it. But I'm very convinced that Liberia will get some of the money. Trust me.
Thank you, VP. Thank you. I'm going to bring you a very quick Ambula Mambe MCC.
Before MCC, I said something here about the Supreme Court ruling. Isaac Do, Gray, and others condemned it that I was misinterpreting it. The only person on this show that's a counselor of the Supreme Court is Councillor Gu. I want to give him 1 minute or 2 minutes of my time to interpret what he means.
Let's move on,
no,
man.
I will not agree. I will not agree. Please, that's my time. Councillor Gu.
Your Supreme Court ruling issue, man.
Okay, Councillor Gu. You have the ruling in the chat room. Please tell the public. It's not about me. It's about the public listening. Please tell what it means 2025.
But you take yours back, man. What if you take 1 week off, you won't come with trouble?
No,
1 week you took off.
Councillor Gu.
No, but see, all the men you a time to the council. So
1 minute.
The councillor on oath.
After the mentor, you come and talk again. Don't forget.
The man get 1 minute. The man still get 1 minute in your pocket.
No, it's
Angel, we are signed on the agreement.
The May 2025 ruling of the Supreme Court. What did
the ruling reference?
Start on someone I give you.
The ruling reference by Isaac is basically denied the prohibition filed by John Yoboti's company because John Yoboti had gone to the Supreme Court to prohibit the LMTI from executing whatever agreement or so it has, whatever function that it has with the government of Liberia. And so the Supreme Court said that prohibition would not lie in that particular matter, but there were other remedies. So in short, the John Yoboti company lost the case at the Supreme Court. That's just it. In short, they lost the case at the Supreme Court.
Thank you very much. Mommy, take back your time now.
The full bench said I disagree with the justice in Chim. Yeah.
So the councillor rule in your favor, Mommy. Take back your time.
I just wanted to make the case that we have a law from which the Justice Ministry and the Police Director are acting. That law is a bad law. We can go and review that law. We can go and make that law good for the country. But when we spin it as if they are acting arbitrarily, they get acting reckless and telling people to jump in the street, then we're not solving the problem. So that's why I wanted to make clear. On the MCC thing, Stanton, I will speak to the rule of law. Like I said in the chat room, we need to be careful how we speak, as if Vendela running to, how you call it, majority black, minority black. Go on MCC website, download the methodology section of their report. They will tell you rule of law is big. For again, corruption is big. They will tell you the specific indicators that they're using to measure rule of law in Liberia and other countries. They listed them 5 indicators. And one of those indicators are important for the discussion we're having now. Let's name them. 1, the effectiveness and independence of the judiciary. That one indicator. 2, the enforceability of contracts. The contract we're discussing, the enforceability of contracts. When your country has a contract with people and refuse to honor it, that is a reason to be rejected under the rule of law. So you get that. 3, the occurrence of violent and non-violent crimes. 4, the extent to which the public has confidence in and abide by the rule of society. And the last one, the protection of property rights. Those are the 5 things they use to determine whether you are upholding rule of law or not. 5 indicators published on their website. So when they say rule of law, people just jump and just talk. Take your time, read these things. Enforcement of contracts. When you sign contracts with people, it becomes binding on you. If you don't honor it, it means you undermining the rule of law. When the courts are not independent, you undermining the rule of law. When property rights are not protected by per MCC requirement, you undermining the rule of law. Those are the indicators of what they use to determine rule of law. I wanted to put that up. Whether Liberia will get it or not, we all hope for it, we all wish for it, we look forward to it happening. But let's do these things on this type of show with detail.
I want you to also add why Honor President Jose Yuman first year he failed on the rule of law. What will you think?
I will have to look at all these indicators, maybe even because the discussion we're having too, that they know that there is a contract, a legal concession signed by the government since 2023. It cannot be enforced. That could be one of the reasons. One of the other reasons could be that the Supreme Court ruled, and Rachel Kuhn and other people were not willing to uphold that Supreme Court ruling. That could be another factor.
So we always say today that the first year of President Barker, 2024, he failed on the rule of law. As troubling as that is, we are talking about increase in inflation, the president, the hardship in the country, a lot of stuff coming out of 2025, and we can discuss it. The CPI, you guys are preach on this thing all the time. But just to set the record straight, that President Barker first year, he failed on the 3 major categories, Mami. Can you name them for us? 3, rule of law, and what are the other 2?
I was concerned about the rule of law. I know he failed in 3. The country passed the MCC school. That one is established, we pass. Rule of law, we fail. Part of the reason why we fail on the
Mami, get ready for you. Contracts. Yeah, you get ready for you. I want you to name it. President Barker failed in 3 important aspects. 3, very important. What are they, Mami?
Put in the chat room.
No, I want you to tell me now. The people listen to you.
In the chat room, I will read it. I don't have problem reading it. I was concerned, and I told you in the chat room, Senator, I'm coming on the show to discuss the rule of law. That's what I told you. Because it's been misinterpreted. There are 5 indicators: upholding contracts, property rights, the independence of the judiciary.
Mami, you think this is troubling for the review now, knowing that we fail under 3 major categories?
Oh no, but we fail under the rule of law before the communication was sent to the government that the decision has been made and taken to the board.
But this can be looked at, right? That's what they're asking for August review, right?
Correct. But I'm optimistic that Liberia will be selected.
Oh yeah, we are praying. I'm praying to God. I fasted today and all, in my own week way by myself for myself, and while I drank my coffee. But I'm asking you though, this is very concerning that under the president first year, okay, Samuel Tuah took us from one place and elevated us, and he said, because he won 2 years straight. But for us now, under Boma Kamara and Gafwan, we went back 3 major categories. And rule of law is number 1. Akaris Gray, how concerning is this for the Republic?
No, a good listening and listening well. I'll pick up on where Mami ended. Fandara says something very important. He spoke about the capital bidding saga. Mami said Fandara is wrong, but he comes back again to say probably because the speaker and other people refused to honor the Supreme Court ruling that the same capital bidding saga. There's no difference. So Fandara is 100% right.
No, there's a difference.
Now,
there's a difference.
The thing here is that The next thing is that Fandara will defend himself. The next thing there is that you can't, this government before coming to power standard, it's a public record, like Mande said about the issue of rule of law, and give the category of contracts. Meta was a contract. CTN was a contract. Oh yes. Whether those contracts were good or bad, they were contracts. You committed to the country that you will cancel those agreements. Yes, publicly campaign record. You came. What you did with Meta, what did you do with CTM or GTM? What did you do? Okay, is there concerns, there public concerns? Because you say contract, you said on the show, everybody just said that contracts cannot just be canceled. Well, you committed yourself to canceling contract. When did you get to know that contracts can be canceled when you're committing to the Liberian people that you cancel all the contracts? Yes. You said everything CDC did or bad things, so you will cancel all. That public record. But you come back again, MCC say they want your face inside because contract, you can't honor it. That contradiction right there, gentlemen. The public is listening properly and well. We listen well, we just relax and just listen to what people say. We must come to educate the people and stop contradicting ourselves. But when you get little boys and girls who go on Facebook, calling themselves ministers, directors, or appointed officials of government, trying to mislead the public, oh, good news coming, 500 million coming, all of those things. In the legislature, we say there's something we call motion to reconsider a decision. Trump said, let's reconsider the thing and look at that bureau and other thing. Boom, you jump out at the door, the thing already passed. The money coming later here, I see people writing that August and September, it won't be, it's a good news coming again. Hey man, you came from China, you say $30 billion. Yeah, you talk about yellow machine again. We gotta stop. Look, let me tell you, the damaging effect to this government, that case who call themselves government officials now on Facebook. I'm sorry, I haven't mentioned my voice yet. They don't understand the miniature of governance. Then they pay surrogates outside of government who don't have no standing in the public glare to run because they get small money, they run on Facebook. Look, when you are the former Secretary General of a party or the chairman of a party, when you share that government position, when you speak, it means the president has spoken. What I mean, they're not ordinary people talking. These were party leaders, and some of them are still party leaders. But guess what? They are senior government officials. These are the faces. They're like, I was going to CDC government. Anything during the legislature, they say, don't we know about it? It becomes difficult to disentangle, even if he doesn't know about it. Okay. Listen to, look, gentlemen, go on Facebook. Everybody just writing good news and say, but then they use you will dish it off for you. Send a helicopter, baple yoko, or a wire yoko, moment. We'll dish it up. And we have to dish it up tonight.
Thank you.
No, my 1 minute, don't drag me. I will not agree tonight. You give all the time. No, but Paul spoke well. There's an expert in the area. Sam spoke well. Okay? We all wish, let me tell you, I'm hoping we say Boga fair TD subjects. They want 12 passing Boga fair inside. TD subjects. Then you're talking about 44 years experience. Now you ask a question, rule of law. Let me tell you, there are a few issues international partners look at. They will talk about that. The issue of the rule of law. The issue of women and children rights. They look at that very well. The issue of human rights. They don't joke with that. Those are three cardinal things that they look at: rule of law, the issue of women and children, the issue of human rights. They don't joke with that. Then just read what Boga saying, rule of law, you fail. Then you expect the people to just take that money and give it to you? No, they don't expect the people. And one of the things I want to say to you, stand on our LTMI, I sent a regional contract for in the place. Somebody asked whether you have the original contract. I've sent the original contract so you can see that those authorities were not giving to LTMI. That's the original contract of the president.
Thank you, Honorable Gray.
Because I may try to challenge some of us here.
Honorable Gray, thank you.
Executive and want to challenge his authority.
Councilor Lafia, good.
Yeah. What is it?
Thank you. So, look, the first thing I'll go back. My 1 minute. I'll use 1 minute of my 2 minutes of justice. or police director, I will join the others to say that the Minister of Justice is rendering his opinion on the basis of what is before him.
His opinion is not a law.
No, I'm coming. No, I'm not saying, but you can't give me a chance. You don't give me a chance,
Yeah,
my
but
friend.
his opinion is not a law.
He is rendering an opinion on the basis of what before him. Is the opinion in line with the law and his duties? Yes, because he's Attorney General, he can give his opinion. Is a concession agreement a law? Yes, it is a law. If there's another agreement that is not a concession, but it is signed by almost the same parties, except that they didn't go to the legislature, that agreement needs to be canceled. That's the only one that I can recommend. That you move for cancellation of that
The law can be
agreement
amended.
to
The
what?
law can be amended too, right? You can amend the law.
Yeah,
right?
of course. There can be amendment.
Okay,
That's a different.
so we are not saying
different level,
we,
and
we,
that's
we are saying
and
do that
based
which
on
is
the
right for
core.
the Liberian people. I mean, I also
Based
told you
on
what
the
he was
core.
doing, man. I
Based
also
on the core.
questioned him in front of the Senate. He couldn't explain himself.
My friend.
Also told me what he was doing, man.
My friend, what the legislature passed. No, what the legislature passed is the law. But can it be reviewed? Can it be amended? Yes. Can you go back to revisit the contract? Can you make some corrections? Yes, you can do it. But have you done that? No. In the absence of doing that, the law that is there will be implemented. I want to say, MCC, whether people school 3, the government school 5, we are all wishing that the government will do better. We already knew that the government will fail on rule of law. That was clear. And some of us here, we've been clear on it. We don't think that this government, really perform and protected the
Is
law.
government still performing well in upholding rule of law in the country? Is the government still in the right? Is the government in the right direction?
Well, I think after the whole saga with the capital building or so, because it really play a lot, and this whole tenure position issue, I think now we see some improvement in the process. So let's see how the year will end. But before then, it was a mess. So that scorecard is proper. That's it. You fail. Government failed 2024 in the rule of law. That was clear. We all talking here. So let's hope that they will do better. And like I said, prayer can build nation. The thing that can build nation, I said, that good policies, that honest leaders, and resolve pay traps that we can move a country forward. You say you pray whole day, the president say Wednesday we'll go pray. I don't know pray for what. The nation will not be built, my brother. Because God fast and prayer day already. I don't know why we different prayer day for. So let's work. That the only way we can build nation. Work together with honesty, with good policy, and the people will do resolve.
Prayer. That's what the Bible said. Prayer without action is dead. So
Yeah,
praying is good, and Dr. Bobla is here. Praying is good. Phoebe is here. But the president called the nation to pray. That's a good thing. But the president should put action. He should put in action.
Day that we can fast and pray.
Because fast and pray one time cannot help you.
Fast and pray, they will pray
Fast and
already.
pray one time cannot help you. But this president needs to understand you can do prayer service from Sunday to Sunday. Without action is dead. So the president need to put in action. You got 36 cases, recommendation that they have given to the president. The president have not fired anyone but all suspension. That's a problem.
The judges will pray.
That's rule of law.
Will pray. Yeah, the judges will pray. Let the president, I agree with the president.
The country is in trouble. The king come down from the throne, and the king put on sackcloth, and the king pray, and the king lead the people to pray, and God answer them. That's what the Bible says. If my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn away from the evil ways, then I will hear them from heaven. Joseph Boakai calling for fast and prayer is a unique thing, but Joseph Boakai should be part of the fast and prayer. Joseph Boakai should fast and pray. Joseph Boakai should fire the corrupt individual around him, because what the Bible will also say, and Dr. Bobla knows this, where there's evil counsel around the leader, that country failed. I'm hearing that Sylvester Gracepay is going back. He's leaving Texas. He's about to go back. He got unfinished business. Then he will resign. You know, he's not well.
So,
and I'm hearing that other people, don't let me go there, man, because it's just trouble when people try to say, like, just pray blindly. But go ahead.
You are saying the same thing that I'm saying to you. Government come to take action. They don't have to call prayer ban. No. You've been praying ever since for the job. You get a job now, implement. That's why you got the fault. You pray to God. You fasted. You all the praise and worship. You got to power. Implement. The churches, the simple who are praying for you and praying with you for you to win the election, they stay there. They will still continue to pray. Do what is required. Do what you promise. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the rest will follow. Thank you.
Dr. Fubi, Tamba, you guys were close. Maybe Azzy is coming back. I don't know. We got to wind this thing down on the inflation message. Now, Joseph Juma Boycott appointed Vice President Jeremiah Kwan to lead our charge. But let's hear you, Dr. Fubi.
Say hallelujah, they don't lock the door, even if that is the way to the kingdom. Lord, I'm gonna tell you wherever I go.
Fubi, I gave free voice classes, lessons. I'll help you.
No problem.
Free. I gave free.
So it's good to pray. Nothing wrong with praying. You know, that add action to the prayers. But on the MCC issue, like I said the last time, Paul was trying to say, "Oh, we passed it, we're not begging." I'm against government doing a begging thing. And all these, who's supposed to give you money so that you can execute rule of law in your country? Who's supposed to give you money so that you can execute human rights activity? Who should give you money for you to execute child rights? Who should give you money to prevent corruption, to stop corruption in your country? And we just set ourselves down and said that we should be spoon-fed by foreign countries and do this thing and we'll give you money. No. Every serious government should be able to do these things without anybody inducing them with 5 cents. So we don't even need MCC, to do these things for us. We should be focused on driving our economy, looking at finding resources in the country to be able to generate money to do most of these things. Like you don't even need to sit and be clapping your hand for 500 million. We can generate billions of dollars if we put our resources to the right place. If we direct our energy, we stop the corruption, we should prosecute people for all these things. That's what we should be focusing on. We can make a lot of money. Like bro we were exporting a lot of stuff. Today we stay struggling. And so I think if the government gets it fair enough, for me, it's not something that I'm going to be saying I had to clap for, because I think that we can do better if we just align ourselves, put our energy in the right direction and raise our own internal revenue, build on the economy, put money into the hands of the small and medium enterprises, so encourage them to be able to raise their own money so that they can build the private sector, build the middle class. We still have a big gap between the rich and the poor in the country. And MCC, compact challenge, whatever that will come out of it, it's not going to bridge that gap. We have to sit down and decide as a nation what we want to do to take our country from point A to point B. Who gave America money for rule of law? They execute their own stuff. Who gave them money for child right or human right abuse or corruption? They get their own stuff. So we shouldn't be sitting there and be waiting for them to pass a class, that we're going to take exam to pass before you get stuff. We sovereign nation, we should start showing that sovereignty. How do we manage our own resources to raise the revenue to take care of our people so that you don't have very few persons enjoying the resources and the bulk of the people remain poor and we still clapping, waiting for election time for someone to give us $10, $20, truck off from one point to another, go and vote, 6 years, we stay hungry waiting for another election. Then we start clapping. Everybody gotta be praising, you don't praising of the government or you praising of for the opposition, waiting for your time to come back to power. We gotta change that. If we build a private sector, we'll raise more money, we can take care of most of our stuff, and we don't have to clap our hands for MCC, compact, whether we pass or we fail. All the things that's something that we need to do as a country. We need to fight corruption as a country. We don't need someone to give us money to fight corruption. We don't need anybody to give us money to uphold rule of law. We don't need anybody to give up money to talk about human rights abuses. Those are things that we should do normally. Every decent country should do that normally. We ask somebody giving them money. So that's my only take on the whole MCC stuff. But whatever the government gets it fair enough for them. If not, we should still look at generating our own revenue and to make our country forward.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thanks a lot. Let's give it to Tamba, and then Dr. Popley, you will be closing moving forward. Tamba? You spoke already, VP. Let's move on, please.
Yeah, sometimes we try to go 2 minutes, but we are not respecting the 2 minute mark. So by the time you go around, it's like 20 minutes. But look, as I said the last time, the MCC for Liberia is a good thing. I think sometimes, premature celebration is uncalled for, especially when you are just going through the process. You've been invited to rebid or resubmit your proposal in a compact. Go through the process. And then when you report back to the Liberian nation, tell them exactly what we are. Look, as I've always said, Stanton, government is about service to your people. If we all just say we're going to, spin the propaganda because we are loyal to this party, then we'll never put Liberia first. And that's the problem we are having in our country. If you look at the scorecards, the MCC scorecards, there are so many areas that we are lagging behind. Yeah, some areas that we are lagging behind. But one of the pillars in the MCSS scorecard is investing in people. We are way behind that, Stanton. Investing in people. And our nation's greatest asset, it's the people. We can go back and forth about forgetting $500 million. But if you don't build the capacity of your people, if you don't invest in their education and their well-being and their health care, we will continue to lag behind as a nation in so many. We can't compete. We cannot produce university graduates that can compete in this day and age in the 21st century. When the industrialized world now is moving to AI and using all of these new technologies to change the way people are working in the workforce. So that's what we have to look at. Those pillars, I think the government has an opportunity to go back and continue. We need to have sustained efforts, not just placating because we want to win this Millennium Compact, the 500 million, which will be good for our country. But it will still be a drop in the bucket in terms of where the real need is. And I agree somewhat with Fubi, but I would not say we shouldn't go for it. We won the Millennium Challenge, right? We want to win it. But we have to invest internally. We have to look at our sectors. We have to look at our concession. We have to look at what we are doing with our economy. Where in the economy is basically dominated by foreigners. How are we building wealth? How are we building the middle class? We are the middle class today, people in the diaspora, mostly we are the middle class Liberians. But how are we building the middle class back home? And I think we need to look at, development as a whole holistically and try to invest in sectors to improve the lives across the board. The Millennium Challenge should be a one-off thing, but sustainable development should be the goal for us as a country and as a people. Thank you, Stanton.
No, thank you very much. Dr. Popley, actually you were coming after Dr. Popley. Dr. Popley have to leave. Dr. Popley, please also consider the
but Stanton asked you Dr. Popley come for the second time.
No, let you just finish. We'll bring you in, please. Dr. Popley, please consider the Vice President won't take here that the President said he's coming in now to have 45 days when you talk about inflation and suffering on the people. While you're doing your closing, please include this, Dr. Popley.
Thank you, Stanton. Inflation is that macro indicator that either devalues your money, reduces your purchasing power. And so if prices are going up, then the value of your money is going down, then your purchasing power is going down. And so the president made a good point because on the world market, prices are coming down, but in Liberia, prices are going up. So we're moving in the wrong direction. So I hope the vice president can help he and his team. I don't know who's going to be on the team, but I hope they'll take some private sector people who got some knowledge and expertise on the economy to help with that. So we look forward to that. That goes right to the core of our everyday living. Okay, and we're here, so we see the prices are high. So we need to do something about that. All right, so let me just close with this, Stanton. MCC, I pray that things work out. You know, we need the money. This time around, I hope we'll be strategic if we get the funds, and I pray we do. Be strategic and go straight to the critical part of the arrest agenda. One of them is sanitation, and just so we can be able to show, we can target things, and we will show that we got things done. As far as the agreement, I've said before, Stanton, I'll say it in closing, it's a bad deal. Revisit it, okay? Bad laws are bad laws. It's not in the interest of the people. And nobody has told us why it must be outsourced to non-Liberians, because Liberians are more than capable to do all of the services that you're talking about. It also speaks to who we are and the direction in which we're going. Our country can't be up for sale. We're too old for that. It's time to put Liberians first. The speaker, my good friend, the Reverend Emmett Dunn, said that, and I'm sure on the show we all believe that. But something he said in his speech that I want to close with it. He said a lot of things that are full of substance, you know. But one thing he said he took the analogy from Queen Esther, you know, in the Bible, the Jewish woman who married the Persian king and plotted to kill the Jews, and her older cousin Mordecai said to her, you need to go to the king and advocate on behalf of the people. She said, I can't do that. The law is so and so. If I go there, they could kill me. And then he said to her, he said, if you don't go, God will raise up somebody else. And then he made this statement. He said, who knows? Maybe God has put you there for such a time as this. And the 26-day orator said to President Joe Boyka, maybe God has put you there for such a time as this. I will tell you, I'm one of those people who truly believe that this president has the best opportunity in the longest time to be that person who can clean this thing up, set this thing on track, and leave this country measurably, appreciably, noticeably better. And I like the path that he's on now, but not the pace, not the pace. You need to move quicker. The speaker said fire. That one he 26 gave you whenever the president. We've been saying it on the show. I wanted to say fire, because serving public office is not a right, it's a privilege. So it annoys in your agency, and I mean, fire the president. Don't waste our resources to law investigation. Fire them. And I think the president is on path, but the pace is too slow. So we're looking to pick it up. We ain't got much time. 3.5 years will pass quick. So let's see what happens now. I'm hopeful that we will do much better moving forward. Thank you, Stanton, for the show. As always, it's good to be on.
That's a good plan. Thank you. See you tomorrow by God's grace.
Thank you, sir.
How's the door? Let's hear you, my brother.
So Samuel Tue and George Weah gave us eligibility for the MCC contract. Boyka and Gafan people fighting over getting the job done. Somebody came and dash you, say you are eligible, I give it to you. Just go ahead and have it. And then the people just fighting every day. So, on Sunday, we were thinking of the celebration of the July 26th, and then we woke up. We went on Facebook. We saw the boy from Ministry of Information, Daniel Sano, posting good news. Then we saw more Ali the water bar. The good news just keep coming. This other good news is big. And from there, we saw some small UP people. Wow, big, beautiful news. Our brother, they go anywhere the money, Henry Costa, he joined them. Now he's taking orders now. Wow, this is the best news. Oh, yeah, congratulations, Uncle Joe. The proof is that Donald Trump was really impressed by you, Kodos. Rescue Liberia, the news by too big. What was that for?
Why you calling the people names?
No. These are the things they were posting. Why were they doing this? These people, most of them, should be government officials.
Our governance is still.
If you are a government official, you are different from the regular propagandists. So, the guys in a chat room, they were just jumping and saying, you know what? You're just going on Facebook, you're just post. Good news. The whole day just, hey, good news. Hey, sweet, juicy news. What kind of irresponsible?
What make you bad? Say your own good news.
So that's not what I'm saying, yo. No, it's not what I'm saying. So, but the thing here is, Stanton, these same dudes, they made our old people, our poor people to stand up on the street dancing for yellow machine when Berete, Mamaka Berete were overcome. Lies. Why are they doing this to our poor people? I thought we should be a serious government, though. And the whole thing, I don't know if they've forgotten. The United Party of 2005 has long gone. This is an era where you meet people who are even above you. Who thought you would just come and just tell the people you're going on Facebook, you're just post. And then, I'm saying the thing was very funny. I thought this was stupid and it was irresponsible. The government should be mature. When you wake up in the morning, you just tell your people to go on Facebook. Then your parents seeing it now, they copy, they share your post, they commenting. What are they commenting for? So what is the good news now? Every one of us want good things to happen to our country. Unfortunately, our friends from the other side don't see it. But our problem is, why do you just wake up and just make your parents feel happy for no reason? So opposition should go on Facebook and be saying bad news, hey, bad news. For what? But again, it doesn't make any sense. But I know my brother counsel just left, and I was just speaking with another lawyer. He told me the council misinterpreted what the Supreme Court meant. First off, Mame was in the chat room, the usually stress vein, how the government cannot fire appeal and thing, all that kind of thing was so funny. And he left on the show, but government can't do that. The truth is, some of us, we are not lawyers. We don't go to law school. We're just looking at it from a common sense way of thing. The whole thing we're seeing, they say government of Liberia being a appellant or appellant, however way they call it. That means someone that is actually bringing the case. So that's what the thing says, versus MDMC, meaning MDMC in this other way now are they responding, though they give them different code names. But someone told me that the counselor was misinterpreting, but again, it's okay. Just to end, Stanton, my only thing I want to beg our little case from the United Party, please, man, grow up. Grow up. Do not come tomorrow and start putting on Facebook sweet news. Sweet news. Then your parents.
Let me ask you a question because I want you to include the why President Bouaka asked Vice President to head, the inflation high increase in prices committee, and we were part of that committee. But now he gave 45 days.
Yeah. So Stanton, this one is a very serious one. I'm sorry. I always never meant to be rude, but I think that was from an ignorant point for which it happened. No community ever brought down price. Economic forces, economic factors do. Do you want me to go and list the amount of committees the president has set up and ask where are we with those committees? The president has set up over 20 committees. So what is the president really asking of Kun? That Kun go in dollar market and ask for the price for red pepper and bring the price to me? Or go in Jubilee market and ask the poor how much they're selling their cassava and bring the price to me? What is he asking? So how does a government run? Suppose that the president been in government more of our ages, so he should have a good understanding of how government runs. The central bank of the country works with inflation. So the central bank should give you the information of what is the inflation, what is causing it, how is it being caused, why it can be done. On the other side, enforcement of prices comes from Ministry of Commerce. Ministry of Commerce should have the prices of things. So what is the president really asking of Kun? Please, Kun, walk from market to market and ask for the prices and bring it to me so I can see the prices. What is that? No committee brings down price. Economic factors do. If you bring good policies, the prices will be lower. You can say Vadala Patrick in a market tomorrow to bring you all the price of things. They're not going to change the price the next day. I think this is just another I'm not sure how to term it. As we speak now, 45 days, the vice president somewhere else. So the 45 days started counting since the day of the July 26th. We will be here again. We'll be asking, what was that committee meant to do? Take actions to bring down price or bring the price up? Let me know. What is the committee meant to do?
Thank you. Thank you very much. But then let's hear you. And please also include this committee setup thing. People want to know. Let's hear you, VP.
So it's important to state clearly. I want to close on this LMPR stuff. CEO, this country, as we are told, is a country of laws and not of men. And Article 2 of our Constitution, it states clearly that any law, treaties, policies, whatever provisions that are inconsistent with the Constitution, that law or policy should have no legal effect. It should be void. The issue of taking the statutory responsibility of the Ministry of Transport and giving it to a third party while the ministry has not been dissolved, it violates this constitutional provision, because the creation of the Ministry of Transport was in line with the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. The ministry has not been dissolved. The sector minister and deputy ministers, they are functional. The people are working. They are generating money more than what this concession will give us in 20 years. It is about time that this president recollect, re-strategize, regroup to resign this concession agreement for two reasons. The people who elected JNB are Liberians who were crying for job opportunities. Over 100% will be laid off. I heard my brother talking about there is a process. When the concession is in effect, they will hire people. No, it should not happen. And our brothers and sisters that are protesting, don't go to ministries, don't go to Supreme Court with your placards, don't go anywhere. The only area you can go and get solution is the Capitol building. Because these are people that make the law. They have the statutory responsibility to make the laws. And at any point, if they decide to say, oh, we made a mistake, they can call for that concession, look inside and change it. But unfortunately, for most of you who are holding the placards, you were trapped. They carry some of you to Cape Mount, Pommy, like groups of cattle. How they were trucking your in buses and trucks. You made decision over there. You did not elect the right people to seek your indulgence. But this time, people who have the country at heart, even though there's no laboratory where we could carry some of these people, open their heart to see whether the district in your heart, the country in your heart, or you get the country in your heart. We didn't do that. If you know your lawmakers, go to them. Use maybe 2 days advocacy campaign. Now, what we used to do in DC, from office to office, from office to office, at least some people who are conscious, they will wake up and join you. But you cannot stop this thing. It is a law. It will be implemented until the lawmaker decide to say, I think we made a mistake. But on the issue of the MCC, the Millennium Challenge Compact, it is a very good opportunity for this president to reinvent himself and I like what the Auditor General, or the National Auditor said, that opposition political parties are not enemies. I think that was an exoneration of people who take opposition to be enemies of the state. But I can say this, Mr. President, and all of you guys in the UP, if you don't work on these things, 2029, you may just come back in opposition. I see my brother, I say, talking, calling UP boys, this and that. But this time, under George Weah, Christopher Sisulu, you're talking about rule of law? Christopher Sisulu was beaten, physically tortured in front of police officer, right in front of the U.S. Embassy, in the face of a government that was elected overwhelmingly, 62%. But this time that boy was weeping, bleeding with blood, because thugs and pro-government supporters grabbed that man who had gone to the U.S. Embassy, not to CDC headquarters, grabbed him, apprehended him, brutalized him on camera. Then you want to talk about rule of law, and we warn you that if you don't address these things, 2023, you will be in opposition. Today, you are in opposition. Today, we are also talking to our brothers in the UP. If you don't address these simple issues, that what the orator told you, that 2029 is not guaranteed that you will come back or you will maintain. We come here, spend hours, buy our own data to give pieces of advice. But the arrogance in public institutions is the reason why this country is underdeveloped. Our brother yesterday, we campaigned for them 2017, mobilized all on Facebook. You're talking about the people writing big news. You said more than that. In fact, you printed t-shirts. President Weah, Liberia best president. In the morning, you're talking about prayer. Some people are just working in the morning. George Weah will succeed. Oh, you didn't see that? You want us to read that? If you guys had listened to us, at that time were the wicked people. We told you, Prezo, this thing is not good. In fact, you have been elected by 62%. It was unprecedented that you have lost. President Bouaké does not have the overwhelming support in terms of numerical strength. 17,000 votes, and he's faced with these kind of challenges. It is morally acceptable to say he's trying because he can listen. Like you, we name about 5 government officials fired them. You did not fire them. Thank you. They remain there, they stigmatize the government until on the day of election, they gave you a rare card. But at least this president, some of these people that we condemn here, we convicted them in the court of public opinion on this platform. And some of them, they are out today. At least we can talk about people going to where they are worried. But in your government, the arrogance, a claim over your head. I'm not talking about you personally and Gray, but you know very well that some of your officials, they were working with arrogance. And that was an abuse of public bureaucracy. So I agree you have the right to criticize, but people like all who were telling you that you have to do this to maintain power 2023, you didn't do it. You were there, political prophecy, George Weah will succeed. You printed t-shirt.
Thank you
like
very much.
best president. Today, we are telling our brothers in the Unity Party. In fact, if you are not careful, when CDC comes back to power or any party that comes to power 2029, look, the political revenge under the canopy of using the rule of law will be too bad. Some of you will not stay in the country because the state has been set where people are going after individuals who loot and depleted resources. So again, it's about time the president listen. In conclusion, the president listen. Work on some of these things. Some of us we need like 500 million. You can't get all. We can get 300. We can get 250 million, but we should not lose it because it will be a blow to you because CDC made you to be qualified and you allow it to split. That will be the worst disgrace. Thank you, CEO. Good night.
Yeah, we gave him enough time. He never disappointed. He will never.
You really miss it, Mel.
8 minutes and 10 seconds while Stanton was sleeping.
Okay,
8
let me,
minutes and 10 seconds.
yeah. I wasn't sleeping. The man been off for almost 2 weeks. We had to give him the time to talk. That's our brother now. But we begin to go back in history to name and find all of the precedent committees. Whether we have any one of the recommendations out there, right? I know you were close. 1, President Boakai constitute National Committee for the Reburial of President William Eric Tubman Jr. and Samuel Kedo. That won't go. 2, Committee on Committee on the leadership to reconstruct the leadership of the Office of the War and Economic Crime Court, National Committee for the Reburial. I read this again. Let's go high-level presidential ad hoc committee to investigate sewing market price. I thought the president have set this thing up, but he came back that Jeremiah on this one. National Committee for the Reburial again. I'm trying to find everything I listed. The Liberia Rest Committee, and this is what I'm looking for. The Liberia Rest Committee. So you remember the president said this committee, the Liberia Rest Committee. Then people say rest price went up high, it came down, it stabilized across the bridge. The president have all the other committee. I think they have about 6. I told Nelson to put them up, and he put this one up. 6 different committees, right? And more to come, by the way. But my question to you, this last committee, do you think the president should have sent it over to Jeremiah Kwan to lead it? Where is the Commerce Minister? Where can we find the CBL governor? Where can we find the Finance Minister? I mean, should the government official lead this thing, or should have come from the outside? I mean, that's my question to everybody, because it's even more troubling. Jeremiah Kwan is the first advisor to the president. The president tapping the committee on the yellow machine. You remember that, Gray? The committee that Jeremiah Kwan is heading on the road structuring a yellow machine. All this thing will come to you. The drugs committee. So we name it all the committee. I gave it to Nelson. He didn't put them up. But all the committees. So all these things are why. All this committee on SOE to reduce their salary. What become of them? They fired the SOE guy. The committee to fight drugs, we're still waiting for health minister and other people who can find them. The committee on yellow machine, we're saying that yellow machine will come December. The commission on road reconstruction, national port, every committee, what's going on? But anyway, I just asked the question. You guys can say your own. Let me bring in Tamba, Dr. Fubi Herrings, and our brother in the Bota, Abula Mame. Tamba?
Yes, and look, good question. I think, look, from a leadership standpoint, every leader comes with their own style, right? And I believe President Joseph Numa Boakai is using the committees, and I'm just assuming here. I'm not an insider. I really don't have any view into the function or the operations of the executive mansion. But every leader will adopt a leadership style that will give them an opportunity to hear different views, to get a better understanding of the realities on the ground before making a decision, right? Now, if you look at all of these committees, say, for example, the Yellow Machine Committee, where are they? And this is why I always say, where are they in their work? How far have we gone? I know that the Vice President, Jeremiah Kwan, returned from China about a month ago or so, and I'm sure that they have done some work there. I'm sure, hopefully, they have procured the machines, the equipment, for building our roads across Liberia. And I hope at some point they can come to the public and let us know, where that work is. This committee on the economy, to be honest with you, I only heard the name of Jeremiah Kwan as his trusted advisor, his vice president, a former businessman who's going to be leading it. I didn't hear the name of other committee members. But it'd be good to know, what is the composition of this committee? Does it include the Ministry of Commerce? Does it include the central bank, or other banking institutions across the country? Because it is also good to really understand, why is it that shipping to Liberia, the cost of shipping to Liberia has dropped as per the president, but the commodity prices keep going up? What is going on there? And I don't think this is about going to Red Light or Waterside to get the price of better board. That would be, and I'm sure, my brother tried to reduce it to that level. But no, this is about getting insight why things are happening the way they are happening. And there's some of the things we'll talk about, right? When a foreign group control your economy, it's kind of like they're holding you hostage. They determine the prices in the streets. They determine what is happening. And this, this economy is controlled predominantly by Lebanese, by Indians, by other foreigners who are who are in Liberia profiting, making good business. So do we bring back price controls? I don't know. Or do the government just say, okay, decentralize all sectors, no more monopoly, let people bring in rice, let people bring in anything that they can bring, pay their taxes, come and share their wares, would that drive some people from out of the market? I don't know what's the solution to this, but this is something we need to understand exactly how we can rescue this economy, how we can bring the prices down, because truly, when prices come down, it benefits everyone. It benefits the country, it benefits the children, it benefits mothers who are struggling to send their little ones to school. It benefits the elders, and that's what we need.
Tamba Agalas, thank you very much. The Dr. Fubi F.A. Harris.
Yeah, so just to correct Vandara Patrick's, the act that created the Ministry of Transport is not a constitution, so you can say Article 2. You can when another act is in violation of Article of the Transport Ministry Act is under Article 2 and can be not involved. No, so it's not that. So we need to correct that. But on the issue of the president's pronouncement about setting up a committee to report in 45 days to be headed by the vice president, I think the president is just giving the vice president an opportunity to stay out of this committee to position himself. So he has to take advantage of them to be able to prepare himself for taking over from the president in the long or short run. So that's like a preparatory stage, because I think when the president served as vice president for 12 years, he said he was a packed car. So he doesn't want his own vice president to be a packed car. So he's making sure that he's giving a lot of opportunities. Heard this, give me feedback. Heard this, give me feedback. And during that period, he should be learning and he should be understanding the country and the issues. And that will put him in a better position, so that if he decides to run for president next time, he should be abreast of a lot of the issues and know and have some workable solutions to solve them. And we look forward to seeing the other committee members, but it's a good thing to have a 360 view of the economy. And the economy, having a committee definitely will not reduce prices.
The president just get to know that our country is hard. 1 year, 6 months, you just getting to know.
No, the president is not just getting to know. Sometimes
on the street that say the country hard, the directors and ministers said the people are lying. I mean, President Boaga just woke up on 26th day and said the country hard. Let me call Jeremiah Kuhn and set a committee. Is that what you want us to believe? Is the president just buying time here? Maybe the MCC mile will drop, then he can capitalize on that mile. I mean, what's the truth in this story, Dr. Henry?
So the president is not just getting to know that the country is hard. I think that's something that he knew even before taking over. And sometimes you have your ministers will not be the ones to tell you these things. So that's why you have to listen to the voices on the street. And all those interviews that we played before, we all stress the need and encourage the president to pay attention to those voices, because those were the actual stories that people were going through. So the president needs to understand some of these things. But my point I was making is about getting to have the vice president to lead this will help the vice president also give me a 360 view of what's happening. And they should take it serious. The committee job is not to reduce prices. The president said, come up with a recommendation. So it's not like Azudo was saying, it's not the mandate of the committee say, because you said committee, they want to reduce prices. No, they review, they understand the issues and make recommendations. So these are the problems that we have. These are the things that are causing the problem. How do we solve this? These are recommendations. So those recommendations now, if they can implement them, can help to reduce prices or help to build the private sector in some form and manner, so that you can have. But it's not that because the committee is set up, so automatically the price of rice will come down, the price of petroleum will come down, the price of this will come down. No, that's not the mandate, and that's not what the president stated in his statement, that the committee would go and bring down prices. No, acknowledging the problem that we have issues is one, and that's fair. and everybody should understand that. That's
Why would
very
you say that the president didn't put anything out there to tell you exactly what he said a committee for? He said to look into. So you don't know the rest of it.
and give recommendation.
Yeah, but you don't know
He
the
didn't
rest
say
of it.
go and bring down prices. He didn't say the committee will bring down prices. No.
Recommendation can bring down prices as well.
No, but the mandate is not say go look at this thing and reduce prices, and that's not that's the message that I say we're pushing. And I say no, bringing recommendations. The recommendation will be advised. They say look, do X, Y, Z, and we think we can get X, Y, Z result. But it's not saying because you go and say okay, the rest price today is $17.
Let's not play the game.
The rental will come to 12.
Playing the great game and be real with the Liberian people. The president knew prior to taking over, the people were suffering. He waited 1 year, 7 months to address the issue by setting up a committee, bringing the vice president to take over. Everything that was said on all media institutions, people hit the street. The president ignored it. 26 days, he said he gave them a gift, and with another 45 days that have not started yet. And yet we are talking about committee to recommend to the president. The president know the answer. He should answer the question. Our people are suffering. They need a change. Let the president change people. All these things that game. You set a committee for yellow machine, we had nothing. You set a committee to go do road 1 year and there. You set a committee to go eat kaya, to go eat pepper. All the thing, the president for 47 years, he been in leadership. He been the vice president. He been minister. He said all this thing. He know. Joseph Boakai know the problem of Liberia. I will end on this. President Boakai, nobody need to tell him what the Liberian people are going through. Not Jeremiah Kuhn, not anybody. The president knows exactly what the people are going through. The president knows children are going to bed hungry and no education, no health care. The president knows exactly. Sit with President Boakai, you will share tears. Let the president solve the Liberian people problem and stop pushing things around to get more days and say we'll fix it. We either fix it and forget it, 2029. So all this yama, let's set this committee, let's do this one. It's just to drag time. People are dying on the watch of certain committees. People are already dying, Fubi, on the slowfulness of certain committee. When was the last committee set up for yellow machine? Said last year. What happened? When was the last committee set up? For no, you don't let us go in there for the drugs issue. Since last year, what become of the drugs issue? It have increased. You think President Boakai don't know these things? You set committee because you want SOE to stabilize their own pay. That generator shouldn't be making $3,000. What become of that? Since last year it was set up, it left in Vlad. The president knows these things. The president have no time left. He should solve the Liberian people problem and stop putting up in committee. So this committee is to buy time. It's Calais. Nobody's stupid yet. This committee is Calais. Jeremiah Kuhn will take 90 days to solve the problem, and then the whole thing will just go down. That will be another July 26 Saka. You don't give us a story, my brother. We can come here and sing, yeah, the president did the right thing. Jeremiah Kuhn knows the Liberian people problem. He been a representative or senator, now a vice president. Who need to tell Jeremiah Kuhn the people in Nima suffering? Just stop this, my people. Let's stop the premature celebration that is right thing the president doing. We need president that will come with action. You know the problem. You have diagnosed this issue. Bring medication to solve the problem. Don't go for tearful opinion. The Liberian people are dying, and they just can't wait for another opinion. Come back and fix the issue, and then our country move forward. I think I rest on this one. Mommy, take us on, please.
I have not said anything yet.
Before you were coming, my brother, I'm begging you.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, gentlemen, if I can appeal after speaking, I will sorry leave to attend to something urgently. Stanton, I agree with you 95%. The problem in the country, the president, the government, aware. They've diagnosed the problem. And what is left is to move into implementation of the problem, to find a solution to the people problem. The issues are there. You identify them, move on them with the speed required to address them. Like 1 minute.
You back? Mommy, there's somebody in your house. Let's go ahead, Paul Kennedy. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. So LTMI.
Mommy, are you back? You want to finish? Unmute now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So, like I said, the problems are there. We identify those problems. People know solution, but interest, fighting over things that you should not be fighting over, are the reason why the pace of solving the problem is slow. But the problem's there, we know the solution. You're talking about price issue, you have a Minister of Commerce. Why it is true, it is important sometimes to have external review, and that is why even this committee I will be recommending to the Vice President and other people, you're not bringing an auditor, but take external actors to come and review what is happening. It cannot be the same people who are making the decision to form part of the committee to review their own work. The president says an investigative committee. That's how he described it. Investigative committee to investigate. So the people who are presiding over this process cannot be the one who will investigate the process they're presiding over. If you want to do committee now, it has to be an external person looking at what is happening and giving some opinion. But yes, committee, drugs committee. The other time we're hearing Senator Dillon was even saying, ever since they set the drugs committee up to now, they're not even giving us a roadmap. They've not given a roadmap since they set up the committee. No roadmap up to today. Because they were complaining about money. So you're complaining about money, where is the roadmap? Even though I disagree with them in terms of, because with all the committee report, the legislature should allot money to the DEA to address the drugs issue. With all committee report, the legislature should allot money to the DEA. They refuse to give the DEA the money the DEA needs, but all of them land and holding t-shirts and say they come in protest to create awareness for drugs. That's the chicanery. Those are the way people buy time. The budget came to you, DEA. You didn't put the money there that they needed. But people get angry, they say they come in protest, then they protest, DeLon, Senator Amara Kone, all of them standing out with t-shirt in front of them, say no to drugs. Hey, dude, you had a means of providing resources for these people to address the drugs issue. In the midst without money, they are doing well, arresting and prosecuting and taking people to court. You don't support and then you hold t-shirt in your hand, you say you come in protest, you come in create awareness. That's scam. All these committees, put them aside, you get Minister of Commerce, they're not working, take them from the job. They're not working, reevaluate them, shift them to where they can work better. And let's slow down with the committee building and move into action. I will close on the traffic management. There was a 419 in the country that we need to bring out. You know how the drugs dealer can do the goal. They will flash you the real goal. When you get them the money, they distract you. As soon as you move your eye, then they flash the fake one. Then you go. 2-3 days after, you realize that you get fake goal. Then confusion start. That's what they did with traffic management. They gave them the concession. They put everything in the concession. The people accepted the concession. When they turn their back, then they put all another document also to create noise in the country. Stanton, let me tell you something. Go to the fiscal regime, the fiscal session of the contract. That's how you will know nobody can rectify such an agreement without driver license and vehicle registration. That's how you will know. 3 main areas the entire contract will generate money from. 3 main areas. 1, vehicle inspection and vehicle registration. That one area they will generate money from. The second area is traffic ticket and towing. That is the second component. The third area is driver license. The category right now, but they honor that 3 categories. So if you take out vehicle registration and you take out driver license, you only left with traffic ticket and city parking. Is that city parking and traffic ticket somebody will invest or commit to the country to invest over 40 million for? With all the systems you see them building around, in the concession, the same concession you say, they not tell the person to do traffic, driver license and vehicle inspection. In the same concession, you tell them, say, in each county, they should build stations there to do what? If you claim you're not telling them to do vehicle registration, why are they building new platforms in the 15 county?
Thank you, Mame. We gotta go. Nelson, come on the show, Mame. Thank you very much, man. Mame, thank you very much. Everybody have closed. Paul Kennedy, you either one. Oh,
well,
you guys close yet?
No.
Oh, okay, Paul, go ahead.
I said don't close. I said don't close. You can't say that thing.
So you're trying to
No, I
tell me
didn't.
not
It
to
was-
close
I was
because
the last
I said you closed on the information.
Oh, Mama, stop calling back. When you were talking up the last
Okay. So let's give the last 3 guys the chance. Sorry, Paul Kennedy, you want to go first? Go on, let Akaris go first. Yeah, I beg you. Akaris, you go first. Yeah.
Yeah, look, the government is on fishing expedition. They didn't know anything. They didn't understand anything. They just made more doing campaign. That time they looking for solution to problem. When you told the Liberian people you have a solution, then you tell your vice president, say, my man, we set up committee. When you get Ministry of Commerce. That press analysis, when you call Ministry of Commerce, they will bring everything. Issue more executive orders. That's what you want to do. Okay, all the taxation you've been putting on beta boss seller and all the things, just cancel it. The last time we discussed the taxation here, you and I, every one of us, the 12%. Cancel everything. Look, when people come to power and they don't understand governance, that's why they fail in governance. They don't only fail in rule of law, they fail in governance. Ineffective. I mean, nothing for government. They fail in what want to. Rule of law. From that way you're talking about, oh, rule of law, CDC did it, but we pass inside. All the things you talk about, oh, we pass. That one, an argument. Okay, we pass, you fail. So who did better? That too, we did better. No. Another thing I wanted to say is that, look, people talking about the traffic management. The traffic management are criminal entity. You got lawmakers who were there when the agreement was passed. Somebody say, oh, you can't pass the agreement with all giving. They will pass the agreement with all giving them the 1987 authority of the Ministry of Transport. I put an original agreement there. That document will be keeping. The original document available, signed by the President of the Republic on the Bureau, page 12. 3 cardinal functions were not given to them. Vehicle registration, driver license, and office area for them to take. The reason why the people singing against Gregor Common, because Gregor Common been behind the thing for early time. To weird time when he got appointed up to now. And the police is enforcing it. They took gangsters and went and told Ministry of Transport out of their office. Now I made a post saying that Gregor Common, nothing else, because he enforcing it. He running all around here to say that they play living, Gregor Common living right 9th Street. Right here, going to the B side. That the people taking care of that place. They put off right on 9th Street, where I'm sitting now. 2 horses from the place are sitting. They put office there. We never gave them that authority. All that thing they running around with, that fear mumu. The man himself said they went to the Supreme Court, and this government asked them to withdraw the case from the Supreme Court so they can give them the authority to proceed. He himself, the white guy, on that public hearing, was sent to start of the play, but maybe no time.
It was a 9-year contract and not a 5-year contract. Number 2, because of the new signing of this MDMC contract, we went to court. In the concession agreement, there is a clause that says in the event of a dispute that we should go to arbitration. We did not feel that the dispute at that level should go to arbitration. So that's why we went to court to try to enforce a specific performance under the contract. The bottom line is that the court's decision said it lacked jurisdiction because of the arbitration clause. We disagreed with the lower court's decision and went to the Supreme Court. While we were in the Supreme Court, the government of Liberia decided, yes, that this concession was law and it should be implemented, and signed a stipulation with Liberia Traffic Management ensuring that these services could commence and that the government of Liberia would ensure the smooth transition of data or whatever steps are necessary in cooperation with the Ministry of Transport so that there would be no gap, that things would go smooth. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Transport at the time did not cooperate. The case is in the Supreme Court. Now, given the fact that this stipulation was signed by Chief Justice, and after legal opinion, and after the fact that the current government is willing to respect the concession agreement, we are going ahead to withdraw the case from the Supreme Court. Voluntary discontinue.
You yay for yourself, you're yay. The current government said to respect the agreement. The bogus agreement, so they say withdraw the case, we'll give it to you. CDC government said we will not respect that nonsense you're talking about. Go to court. You listen to the man himself. We gotta be real with ourselves. We can't be extremely well. Somebody said we can't the thing to recover. They're on the recovery stage now. They're finishing rescuing somebody on recovery stage. We gotta be real. Listen to the guy. There's the owner of the company telling the world that the government will take the case from the court ready not to respect your decision. What? The minister involved into it, the police director involved into that. You heard him talking about even the transport ministry in the past disagree, and this time they also disagree. But at the end of the day, the minister of justice, the police director was also will enforce the thing here. Then somebody say, oh, that from the past administration, that what okay, we'll pass it, why we implement it. I can we sit here and mislead the public, Paul? We can mislead the public. The document is public record I'm talking about. We have provided it in your chat room. We'll provide it to the public. That page 12, that one you're reading that the traffic management put to and give to you, that bogus agreement. They know all the senators, and some of them are represented, that were behind them. Yes. There is a complex issue. What few group of people enrich themselves? The Senate, the Mame Rafale said, he started writing. The Senate said the thing, the recent Senate, they said, oh, illegal. Then they come back again, they say, we'll review it again. Oh, but don't you know there were senators there in 2018? They were represented there in 2018, and the Senate had no sole authority to recommend to the president because the House also has the authority to look into the subject matter. And that's why the Committee on Investment and Concession Family, I spoke to him a few days ago. In fact, I think there's a communication stand on report. They want to look into it too. So the Senate recommendation to the president is not a final decision. The House can also recommend. So the board is squarely within the lap of the president of the Republic of Liberia to notify that thing and tell them, so that's not what you have. Go to hell. Go anywhere you want to go. We're talking about saving the country. I say, want to save the country. You want to rescue the country? The Senate will cancel the agreements. Then somebody said, I say the country had. Oh, when this station went on the street, they said it was what? You stage manage the speakers. When DN News, DTV, all the other stations and OKFM, the rest of the people were on the street. They say, oh no, that's sedition talking. But you're coming from Joseph Boy more than fire. In La Bro can say that fire. Whether that fire coming from his mouth, he says the country is hard.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. We gotta go. Greg, thank you very much.
To one Liberian, 210 Liberian, $1 US. Then the poor suffering. You think I'm million money? Yeah, they get them $500 million today. I will reduce the
Greg, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Greg, thank you. Acid and Poker, and then let's wrap this thing up.
Yes.
I gotta go, gentlemen. I beg.
I agree with the talking point from the United Party that Liberia is rescued. If anybody argues against that, they are not fair to the country. Oh, yes. Liberia is rescued now. Once Patrick Horner's generator can take 3,000 per month, Liberia is rescued. Once President Boyka gets his $1.2 million vehicle, Liberia is rescued. Once the president can build his $10 million mansion in Lofa, Liberia is rescued. Who told you the rescue mission was about those men and women on the streets that fought for this government? Who told you that? But we told you the same thing during campaign, that this was about rescuing those who needed to be rescued. Who are those people? Go and ask Patrick Horner to give you his generator money. He will tell you it's 3,000. And they are the ones. Oh, yes. Now the United Party is agreeing to our argument we have made over the years. Of course, it is not about putting food on the table of people that never had food. That was not the rescue they was talking about. If that was the rescue, though, the mission to rescue the country who has still been going on, but that mission has completed. No more rescue mission again. Who told you it was about bringing the prices down in the market? Oh no! Rescue has been completed. You can be in the market and cry about prices being up. You on your own. Rescue was not for you. If you harmonize my pay, I will harmonize your vote. Reversing harmonization, my people, wasn't for you. That was not part of the rescue. Listen to the boys. Rescue mission has ended. No more rescue. The government and the country and all of the people have been rescued. If you thought it was about helping you to pay your school fees, I'm sorry. No more rescue. Rescue is gone. So, oh yes, I agree. The only thing it shows is it bars into the argument we have since talked about. Oh yeah, what the people were thinking, though, was that if you were in a Zingran house, you would be rescued from a Zingran house to at least a concrete building. But no, that wasn't a rescue. Rescue has ended. What the people thought, though, was to ensure they could cook at least one time a day. But no, rescue has ended. Today, the former immigration boss, he said the Unity Party is wicked, that they always backstab people that help them. Oh yes, that's rescue. It wasn't about you. You can cry and curse every day on Facebook. Rescue wasn't for you. You weren't included in the definition of rescue the brought. You didn't vote for them because of recovery. You didn't vote for them because of some other thing later. You voted for them because of rescue. And they are telling you that rescue you voted for has ended. That is saying. And they are right. Oh, they are right. Today, we saw a release from the Liberian Revenue Authority informing taxpayers that you will be paying more in taxes because of the exchange rate. Did you think the rescue was about bringing your taxes down so you pay less? No! Rescue has gone. Be wise. Be wise. And I will end up on the contract business we're talking. My people, if people come and keep explaining water like the ocean coming dry, the ocean can never dry. No matter how you swallow all the water, ocean will be there. They think simple. The agreement, President, we are signed all over the place. Go there, the thing where there is there. There is no water you will drink that will take it from there. Huh? When President we are signed, he told the people, say, go and do Java lesson. Okay, bring us that one that President we are signed. Let's see it. The one that we get it there. Why are you choking your throat, causing us of things that will never be true? Hard.
The entire Stanton.
Wow. Not that
As
he's tired, but
a
that's
don't tired
exactly.
today.
No, I'm tired. I
He
should
talk,
do it.
I mean,
he
I'm
talk,
done. We
he
don't
talk,
talk the whole day. We shoot
he
our
talk all the
which is
truth. There's no more truth now. So
which
he just
is concise. I mean, this
No,
we
but
can't do now.
this, let me play what Steve Zago said. The reason why I'm playing this, Paul, then you will take us home. Steve Zago will be appearing on Spoon Talk. He's on his way from Lofa. But just listen to Steve Zago. I spoke to him today, and the former senator of Lofa. Let's listen.
I don't think the president have gotten a comprehensive understanding of the complexity of the problem. And not just me. And again, the president says one also to the United Party arrangement. I think United Party have been so disingenuous. United Party have been so insensitive. United Party have been so unfair to others who have helped them. Many of the young United Party boys have created more problem. They feel more entitled. They treat other people with disdain and indifference. They show no sign of appreciation.
He said a lot, but he coming on Spoon to speak. He said he's speaking out. Nobody gonna hold him.
Wow.
I spoke to him today. I said, Steve, he said, listen, my brother, I'm in Lofa. He had a huge program. He said, I will speak the truth. These are the things people are talking about. If you say we are done with rescue Paul Kennedy, I'm concerned that the people, the 20,000 people that made Joseph Imambraga president today, you're saying you're done with them. While they are in problem, they are crying, situation is worse. You are telling us that you're done with them. You only need them to rescue when 2029 come again. Listen to Steve Zago. He got a lot to say. I follow that, but he will be on Spoon to talk. Let's hear you. Take us from Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to everyone, and thank you for following us. Look, we can say whatever we want. The issues are clear. Liberia, there's too much burden of payments on government infrastructure. Everything is gone. Over 90% of the jobs in Liberia are created are government jobs. That's why everybody fighting among themselves, because there is no job in the private sector. Private sectors are not enabled. So everything on government, and government is not raising enough revenue to be $328 million annually is spent on payroll of the 680 million you are generating. And so how much money you're going to leave there to develop the country? The country will never get developed on that $680 million revenue, and you say now there with a wage bill of over 300 million. Because the remaining money you're going to just be spending it on lubricant, on office rental, on logistics, on travel. By the time you look, you got no money left. Absolutely none. So this is why we can't get developed. So if government decide to outsource some of her function, and the law that does that is bad, just go and adjust the law. But you got these senators and these representatives who want to take money and put it in their pocket. All of them got their hands on a deed somehow. Check them. You will find out that either their brother working or their sister or somebody. This is how crippled the whole system is. The law is bad. Go back and rewrite the law and make it different. The American government outsourced some of its functionality. Somebody can talk about security concern when your passport and your money is made out of your country. What security is about driver license? The one that I got security about is passport. In the Nigerian, they flying around with it. Diplomatic passport. So nobody bring the argument here about security. I think you'll go back and review that law. If it is signed and it's done wrongly, we find those people who signed it, we shame them, and we put our country on the right path. Instead of, I think the president has the right to delegate any of his functions to the vice president. I think so. I think also it becomes the vice president's obligation to put a team together that will do or provide what the president wants. Now, if this president is giving all his functions to the vice president, and the vice president just covering it under the rug, it will come a day that will ask the vice president, what did you do to all of the delegation or the delegated power the president gave you? We're going to ask that. That vice president come back, he can't complain that he was a packer, because we are looking now to see all of what is given him. You know, vice president like bro, Kokon saying they were packer, but Jeremiah can never say he's a packer in 2029 if he runs. We will be there. We will have all of the delegation that he had. We'll list it. We'll call it so that he know that he was not a packer. What he did with it is what's going to be left for him to justify. And finally, on MCC Stanton, what is MCC saying when they indicate that you pass or you fail? There are 20 indicators. The government failed 9 on a 3 category. 9. Yeah, give me 1 minute. Let me go back over it. 9. Under the segment of the rule of law, Stanton, on the rule of laws, the government failed. Rule of law is only just a ruling.
You can finally let go.
Government failed government effectiveness, and government failed rule of laws. That's under the category ruling justice. Government failed government effectiveness. They are telling you that this government, based on what we are seeing, all the indicators that are available, the government not doing well. Then under economic freedom, you got fiscal policy, government failed. Then you got trade policy, government also failed. Investing in people, where you got health expenditure, education expenditure, natural resource protection, government failed all. Somebody said, oh, we don't need Fubi Heron. Dr. Fubi Heron said, we don't need MCC. Fubi, if you listen to MCC, it gives you a pathway for you to govern well. If you decide you're not going to listen to them, don't listen to them. But I can almost guarantee you it will come back to bite you. And Stanton, MCC money, they're not money that the U.S. government can take and give to the country to put in that cover. That's not how it works. The MCC money, once you are eligible and you sign your proposal, they agree, and they give you 200 million or 500 million, the money remains right here on Constitution Avenue in the Department of Treasury. They don't give it to you. When you say you want somebody to build a bridge, they say, okay, give us the contract, let's give it a no objection. They'll look at the contract, they see it, they say, okay, we approve it. Send this bridge is 10,000. We will move the 10,000 to your bank in the country for you to pay. That's how that money will be coming small.
I mean, still, yeah, we agree, but still, still not selling the aided money.
That's not true.
Money.
But you sat on there.
Oh, you work on it. You work on MCC
for 10 hours. Patrick King talk about 10 hours. That one let it be last year. Let me just finish my one more point. Yeah, so
boy, after what is that?
You're disturbing me. The way you're doing, you're interrupting me right now. You're giving me a chance to finish my point. So I think the government can really rescue and redeem itself. I always said it is not too late. We're going just 1 year, few months into their leadership. Let them go back and recalibrate and review the missteps they are making. When the president speaks, he can't be everywhere. The president can be everywhere at the same time. That's why he got able cabinet ministers who, when he said, listen, I want this table to be, to not be here, that cabinet minister who is responsible for moving table will understand what the table will move and how that table will generate money for the Liberian people to do well. That's their job. They don't just put them there to be behind the president everywhere. But that's what they're doing. They just behind the president, you go. When he even talk anything, they clap. Wow. That is sick offensive, and I think that the legislature that has all the power to check that have also allowed the president, the imperial presidency, to usurp their function. That's why the Liberian people are suffering. So this is a take-home message for them. Let them go and sit down and see how they can follow all what the president has said in his agenda, for them to follow it up and implement it for the Liberian people to do well, or else it will continue to come back in their face. Because when people are hungry and the country is difficult, guess who do they come into? They come into government.
Oh boy, Kennedy, the man from Buffalo, I want to say thanks to you. I said those things as always. Tamba Agaras, Dr. Fubi. And Fubi, your doctor name, look like, during the normal daytime, they have Dr. Fubi, people used to go to they get in one injection on the body, and small children are crying when they see the doctor. They run
Don't
away.
bring their medicine. That doctor, I think that book doctor. They're not medicine doctor here. Don't. I
Well,
beg you,
Dr.
don't do it.
Fubi Aaron, we want to say thank you very much, guys. It was a wonderful show.
I'll get you one city form.
All those almost
Before the people on that
80,000
street be going to him.
80,000 people that passed through to watch out today. We want to say thank you. Don't forget, President Barker can solve our country problem today. He doesn't need these many committees. I think it's just delay. But we want to say we'll wait and see. They'll meet again. Nelson Colette, thank you very much, for producing for us tonight. It's been a wonderful show. Meet us back tomorrow. We have the MD LPRC Amos Twe. I also convinced that we'll be having the former Senator Steve Zago. He got a lot to say on the show tomorrow. Till we meet again, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God save our country. Have a good evening. Or good morning, wherever you are.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Bye.
Well, folks, we want to say thank you for being here with us tonight. It's been a great show. Spoon Talk, this is how we like to end up on this edition of the program. Thanks to all of you who called in, to the many of you who just played the listening role. You just sat by a radio listening, or maybe you just watched the show. We appreciate you for being here as well. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. Until then, my name is Nelson Colette. Have a good night, everyone, and let's hope we can be here tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. It's Mr. One with the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South Bend.